Hey, how you doing? This is SEIJIHITO here to bring you another live stream, and as it is titled, it's always about race with them, right? So you can already know where this is going to take a turn. So if this is not your type of live stream or conversation and video, you can more than likely just turn away now or just shut up and just listen. Because I already know, more than likely, given enough time for this to actually hit the airwaves, streams, algorithm, whatever it is, that we're gonna have the trolls and the different folks try to come through to spin their narrative to say that the blacks always want to be the victims. You guys always portray yourselves to be the victim, right? But again, much love, respect, and appreciation. And shout out to those who are just coming directly in, and also to the moderators who are going to pull up as well. Shout out to Pink. What is up, Pink? Good afternoon. I was about to say good morning, and then I had to remember. Well, good afternoon. Good afternoon. So let's get started.
About 3 seconds to apply, or I'm about to take
What you gonna change me for, bro? Ah! Bro, what you gonna say? I ain't do nothing, bro. Nah, bro.
I'm asking you, you own one of these, but not this one.
I own
right?
all of them, yes.
So they have a trespassing affidavit?
I own this one, too.
Okay. He's saying you don't.
I know what he's saying. I bought this store.
Okay.
I bought this
so
store.
How come you're not allowed to your own store if you bought it?
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm not allowed. I've never seen it.
Yeah, because they locked it up.
What?
The actual owner, you saw him walking in there.
I'm the actual owner.
He's got the affidavit already signed off for trespassing.
What affidavit?
The affidavit that they showed me. And I'll show it to you gladly. But if they're asking you to leave,
I'm not
refusing
leaving.
to leave?
You can show me the affidavit.
Okay,
bro.
put your hands behind your back.
No, show me the
Put your hands
affidavit.
behind your back.
What's for what?
Now I want to know, the Asian cop was up there like he was like, "Yo, we got an affidavit," as if he was showing like the Declaration of Independence. Like this is the height of the affidavit, and I'll be more than happy to sit up there and show it to you. The owner, he was like, "Okay, no problem. Show me the affidavit." What did the police do? He was like, "I didn't expect them to ask that. Put your hands behind your back." Huh? You said that you have proof that this man was trespassed. He calmly asked you for the proof that you said that you had, and you were like, "Nah, I don't got to show you nothing. Put your hands behind your back. You're about to get detained and arrested." Crazy work.
Easy. Trespassing. Easy. Stand up for me.
Man,
Easy.
can I?
You resist, it's another charge.
Nah, bro, I'm not resisting. I'm not resisting, bro. I'm not resisting.
Something, you resist, I'm stacking another
I'm
charge.
not resisting, bro.
You pulling your arm away from
No,
me.
I'm not resisting, bro. I can't believe
Relax.
you're doing this, dog.
Relax. Hands behind.
Bro, come on, dog. I can't believe you're doing this shit, dog. Bro, come on, man. I ain't do nothing, dog. Why you doing this, bro? Why you doing this, bro? I ain't do nothing. Bro, this is not right, dog.
I got a suspect resisting. You got about 3 seconds to comply, or I'm about to take
What you gonna change me for, bro? Ah! Bro, what you gonna say? I ain't do nothing, bro. Nah, bro.
Turn around. Put your hands behind your back. Put your hands behind your back. Now. Behind your back.
Ah, yes. The classic. The classic. The thing I love about trolls is that 9 times out of 10, AI, usually somebody white. And the thing I like to say to a lot of white folks out here is the exact same folks that you see perform the exact same actions against Black Americans will be performed on you. And then there's going to come to a point in time that a civil war is going to break out. And then white people are going to sit up there and sit down and tell their great grandchildren that, yeah, we were owners. We founded, our ancestors founded America. Yeah, you're going to be the ones that's going to be saying we was kings. We was owners. We had America. Yeah, that's going to be you. Like I said, you can keep laughing. You can keep smirking. You can make all of the excuses that you want to sit up there and do. But the funniest thing that is going to happen is that all of the actions that you have performed against Black Americans for these many years and these centuries since the inception of the United States are all going to happen to you and your kids. And it's going to be by your own white hands. Color me surprised by that one. So like I said, you got that. So like I said, keep trolling. Keep, coming to the comment section, using racial slurs, dropping the N-word and all that other type of stuff. It is okay and cool because I expect it of you because you don't know better. Because you were never raised right to begin with. So, like I said, I expect nothing less. But we're going to showcase who this black man actually is and what it is that he has actually done. Right. So again, we watched the black man talk directly to an Asian officer. The Asian officer lied and said that he had paperwork that he could show, that he could present to basically let the man know that he's being trespassed off the property. When the black owner decided to ask, like, "Hey, let me see, the paperwork," he was like, "I'll put your hands behind your back. You're under arrest." He didn't even do anything. He didn't even do anything. He wasn't abrasive. He wasn't caustic. He wasn't trying to cause problems. He wasn't in a bladed stance. There was no reason for those actions to actually occur. But let's go to the other part.
I knew nothing about hair. He knew nothing about hair. So it was like.
So this video here, this is one of these are co-partners. And they're going to explain how it is that they basically started getting directly into the hair industry, right? So this is one half, and then you're going to see the owner that was tased in front of the businesses that he bought.
Man, what is like, if your friend call you by hair, you're like, bro, what are you talking about? Like, why should we sell hair?
But even though we say we started from the trunk of the car, I really started from the briefcase.
So I used to walk into beauty salons with like, "Hey, my name is Warren, I got this hair," and they would laugh me about that thing. A lot of times they would laugh me about that thing.
This was the first Cheese Happy Hair location.
Let me hold on. Let me correct this real quick. Y2J, right? Chris Jericho, who is also Canadian. I got a lot of stuff to actually say about Canadians, but I'm going to leave that to the side at this moment in time. So I already know pretty much how old you are. If you got Y2 anything in your name, you're pretty old. On top of that, you're saying that Black Americans are the reason why Americans have black fatigue. No, the reason why white Americans have quote unquote black fatigue, which again was a phrase termed by that of a black woman who wrote a book on it, right? And y'all decided to flip it, which is the craziest part. Like I said, this is why we say that the greatest invention that white people ever created was the patent office, because it's the way that you can claim everybody else's works without having to do any of the work yourself, right? So the reason why this quote unquote fatigue exists is because white folks don't like to be reminded of who it is that they are and will always be. That's the fact of the matter. You don't like the fact that every single time that you wake up, you brush your teeth, you watch your news, you watch your movies, right? You live in your neighborhoods and everything of that sort, right? Where you've made this own story for yourself. You've written your own story, right? You're like, hey, you're this good guy. You're this champion. You made it this far. You did this, you did that. And you made this story specifically so that you can run away from the past. You can run away from what it is that your parents and your grandparents did. Like I said, it ain't that far. It ain't that many generations back that your folks are still alive, that they were part of segregation, that they were part of picnics, that they were a part of hunting down Black Americans and burning down those towns and those cities and flooding them and paving them over. It wasn't that far. That's the thing that you guys don't actually like. You don't like that you have to consistently wake up and see us as a consistent reminder of what it is that you did and tried to do and how it is that you never fully accomplished your goal. You're looking at failure every single day and you can't stand it. Because out of everything that you are realistically able to get rid of or exterminate, right? Things that just don't exist anymore. Like I said, we got a lot of different like tree species, animals, and all that. Like I said, you're real good at eradicating stuff. But for whatever reason, the many plans, the many trials and tribulations, and all the things that y'all went through, experimentations, it seemingly did not work. And you have to look at that failure every single day and realize that, hey, you're not really the champions and the kings that you say that you are. That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. Somebody said, tell that to your probation officer. I mean, show me the record where I've been locked up. I'll wait. Let me know how many stints I did behind bars in both jail and prison. I'll wait. Because that's the part that I love so much. When y'all pull up to the scene, when we're having, these conversations, and y'all want to say, a lot of these things as if you have proof. Like I said, I dare you. I dare you, show proof of where it is. Put it online and on full display of where it is that I've been locked up and where I've served. Let me know, because obviously you know better than I do. Let me know. Let me know something. You said odds are in your favor, statistics. I mean, but I'm asking you for proof. You say you're going by numbers, and numbers can be incorrect. Scientists have, we're going to carbon date the planet. We know specifically they didn't carbon dated so much stuff. They still don't know the exact date of the universe. They still don't know the exact date of the planet. They're moving the dates of which the dinosaurs were even in existence. Mankind was even existing on the planet. So you're talking about you're going by numbers. Numbers are only so much correct as the person who decided to put them together and come up with an answer. So obviously, if I'm looking by science, yeah, remember, wasn't it NASA, white scientists? They were like, yeah, we used to be able to go directly to the moon, but we lost that technology. White people, how did y'all do that? Since, what was it, Joseph? You want to sit up there and talk about numbers, right? You want to talk about numbers. Explain to me how scientists, right, the ones that got us to the moon, quote unquote, the first time, explain how they lost all that technology and you know, the mathematics to that. Explain. That's NASA said that. But you want to sit up there and talk about, the stats and the numbers. Yeah, okay. Okay. So now so we went from the whole thing of you can't prove that I'm a quote unquote statistic because you want to go by the numbers. Didn't want to even go into the whole thing dealing with NASA again, a white company. And now you want to sit up there and roll directly into I got two dads. I know you're white. Nobody black says anything like that. I know you're white. Congratulations. And this is why I said before, it's to be expected. When I said earlier on, within the first, like 6 whatever minutes it was when we first started this live stream, I said it's to be expected. White people are going to do what white people normally do. Right? You're going to ape out. You're going to chimp out directly in my comment section. Rah, rah, rah. Talk about per capita. Talk about slurs. Write slurs. Use stereotypes, because that's realistically, you only have so few avenues to actually go into. You don't have anything else because you can't even invent anything new. You've been here, quote unquote, so long on this planet that you can't even invent anything new to say. Y'all use the exact same slur all the time. Oh, let me sit up there and write the N-word real quick. That'll sit up there and get to him. And then once that don't work, you start really acting out like a spoiled child. And now you want to start yelling it. You want to start turning red, beet red. Crazy work. It's diabolical in nature. Like I said, I love it so much. Because all y'all do is every single time y'all come here, y'all prove the exact same point that I've always said, that you are godless, unstable creatures. Like I said, I don't know who your creator is, but obviously we're not the same. Just going by the actions. But anyways, we're gonna go directly right back. Oh wait, you said well, because you decided to curse. Y2J. We're not going to put that directly up there because you don't have the common sense to talk like an adult that doesn't know how to curse. So you decided to say, because I got to paraphrase for you. You said you guys get so mad over one word and demand reparations for stuff you had no part in. You know, the craziest part is when the United States helps out the Jewish community for what happened over in Germany. I don't see you questioning nothing. Right? Let me repeat that again. When the United States helps out the Jewish community on getting artwork or any types of money or funds or the handling of said money, when it deals with their reparations, you don't have nothing to say about that. When the Native Americans get their lands or their forms of reparations, matter of fact, Native Americans just recently got $1.1 billion. Now, are you going to sit up there and say the exact same thing? Oh, well, why are the Native Americans still getting, money from Americans? We shouldn't be paying them. Like, my ancestors weren't a part of, who slayed them during the Walk of 1,000 Tears. My ancestors, they actually uplifted the Native Americans. I got Native American blood, directly within me. I'm Cherokee and Choctaw. It's amazing It's amazing how y'all don't have anything to say about that, right? Right. Just like when the immigrants came directly through here, and I made videos showcasing the fact that immigrants were getting, MasterCard debit cards with thousands of dollars of taxpayer money directly on there, while your broke American ass wasn't getting nothing during the pandemic. You didn't have nothing to really say about that though, right? But now, but now all of a sudden, but now all of a sudden, as soon as it deals with Black Americans, and I want to note to people right now, at no point in time did I even bring in or say anything about reparations. It'd be y'all that be so fixated on that. This whole conversation, this whole live stream, these videos that I got up here had zero to do with reparations. But because it is so much on your mind on what Black people are talking about, what it is that we're doing, what our conversations are online, how it is that you come directly into our spaces when you realistically have no business even being there, because you had your own white lives to sit up there and live. Because you're so fixated on us, you decided to sit up there and swap the whole conversation. That's wild. That is diabolical. So somebody said, so you just rant and not talk to people watching. What is this doing right now? So when I highlighted the other comment and I literally stated the person's name and I made a response specifically to that person, and then from that generalized, that's not just talking to the person that I highlighted. That's talking to the other individuals that have similarities or think just like or have the same ideologies as that individual. But you pull up to the scene talking about, so you just rant and you don't talk to the people here. Guess what, champ? I'm talking directly to you now because you want attention. What's up? What do you want to know? What questions do you have? Because you want to be important at this moment in time. Instead of allowing me to focus directly on who it is that I was talking to, the conversation that me and Y2J was sitting up to having, you decided that you wanted to be the next champion directly on the bracket. So what you trying to talk about? What you got that's so interesting? Huh? What do you got? Like I said, it's crazy. It is diabolical. Somebody said, you got some natives in the room disagreeing with you. Disagreeing on what? Let me see. I'm trying to go as far back as possible. What is this person with a pink name? They are not even in the chat. They've only written 2 comments. You said I'm Apache and I disagree with it all. Didn't specifically say what you would disagree with. The way you can back these guys up, force them to look at themselves and their community, and that was pretty much it. Let me just say, this is the dumbest thing that I've read so far. You were like, hey, I have a great idea for the Blacks. I challenge you to organize a committee to build Black communities. Hold on. Wait. I got you. I don't know why y'all do this. So this is what we're gonna do. This is what we're gonna do. Like I said, shout out to you, be brave enough and stupid enough to actually write that in the comment section. We're just gonna give a little bit of a tidbit of information directly up here because you got white folks that like to talk stupid real quick. Right. So let's just take a look at this information. It says numerous Black communities in the United States have been destroyed through racial violence, forced displacement, and systematic policies, erasing generational wealth and thriving economic centers. Prominent examples include the 1921 Tulsa Massacre, Greenwood District, and the 1923 Rosewood Massacre, alongside communities submerged in infrastructure projects or displaced by urban renewal. Greenwood District, right? Tulsa, I keep saying Tulsa, Oklahoma, 1921, known as Black Wall Street. This affluent, keyword affluent, black area was burnt down by a white mob. Let me repeat that again. 1921. So technically, it's not that long ago. It's still within the 1900s, right? It's not really that far ago, right? Some people got some ancestors that may be still kind of close, right? Because my grandmother, she was born back in the 1930s, right? So again, for her, that wasn't that long ago, right? So 1921, known as Black Wall Street, this affluent area was burnt down by a white mob. Now, why would white people? Didn't we have segregation during that time? Why would white people want to cross yonder and decide, oh, the blacks got something, burn it down, burn it all, right? Why would white folks want to sit up there and do that? That's a little bit weird to me. I thought white people wanted to leave this whole situation alone. I thought they thought that segregation was good and yada 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 and all this other type of good stuff, right? I thought it was a good thing. I thought segregation was supposed to be a good thing. Right, the blacks stay with the blacks, the whites stay with the whites. But every single time I look up some history, I find that white folks were coming into black communities. Right, these were solo black communities, and I'm like, why were y'all here? You got white communities, white picket fences. You got white cats and dogs, white cars, white homes, white families, white businesses, white banks. Why forever? Why forever would you want to sit up there and venture directly into a black community? Right. Blacks are supposed to be violent. We're supposed to be evil. We're supposed to be criminals. We're supposed to be drug dealers and prostitutes. Why forever would anybody white want to come directly near anybody black? Why would you want to associate yourself, right? If we're going by the stereotypes that you guys deem us by, brand us by, and want to list us by, I'm just a little bit confused. I'm just a little bit confused. So let me get this straight. He was like, why don't black people build Rosewood? Right? Build as what? Wait, what? Why don't black people build as wood? Why don't black people build black bottom? You know, the craziest part is, so you want black people to go back and rebuild what it is that white folks burnt down. You want us to patch up and repair and fix something that we weren't even a causation of why it was that it got destroyed. And then on top of that, within the comment section, you want to try to levy the whole argument of crime within proximity. Well, guess what, Captain Obvious? More white people kill other white people than anybody else. Because you know what whites like to do online? They're like, oh, blacks are so violent. Let's look at the stats on blacks and whites. Let's look at those stats. It's staggering. I'm in fear of my life. You should be actually in fear of your life when it deals with another white person walking down the street, living in a white neighborhood. But you're not. Even though when you know what those break-ins happen in those rich, affluent areas, it's you. Like I said, I'm not sure if people actually know what Greenwich, Connecticut is. It's a pretty well-off area, pretty rich, right? They got Bugattis, they got Bentleys, they got Ferraris. Like you can walk down the street and basically like see those. You can actually touch those. Like that's how close the cars are directly to the sidewalk. And you know the craziest part is when break-ins and robberies happen, it'd be white. And you know the other funny thing that happens directly with that, in a lot of instances when they tell you the stories about a robbery or break-in basically happened in Greenwich, Connecticut, they don't really like to show who the person is. Now for black folks, we already know what that means. For everybody else, they just act deaf, dumb, and stupid. Deaf, dumb, and stupid. That's crazy. That's some diabolical work. You know, how about this though, right? So since you want to list a challenge to black people, you telling them like, why don't they basically rebuild? How come white Americans don't rebuild America? How come white Americans don't rebuild and invest in the infrastructure when it deals with the United States? Why is it that white Americans are so worried, right, about placing hundreds of billions and trillions of dollars abroad, right? How come white Americans are so busy being worried in other countries' businesses that they don't even want to mind their own business? How about that one? How about that? How about you actually mind your business and actually mind your business here in these United States? Why don't you bring all the military back, all of that military infrastructure that you're giving to those other countries, bring that back to American soil, bring those soldiers back so they can sit up there and stop dying for reckless greed reasons for the elite and the rich? How about you actually do that? But you don't want to talk about that, though. You don't want to talk about something that's actually within your control. something that is the causation of your own actions, your own voting. You don't want to talk about that though, right? That's wild. You got America right now and other people's countries trying to take minerals and resources, trying to cause coups, trying to cause disturbances, but yet America is defenseless. We got a weak infrastructure all around the place, but y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all don't want to mention that because America's supposed to be this first world country. But yet we're still got states around here, states, cities, and towns where people don't even have clean water. The Appalachians, white, some of the poorest areas, some of the most undereducated areas, some of the main areas that don't even have proper internet. Some don't even have it at all. But y'all don't want to talk about that though. You always, oh, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks, the blacks. What about the poor whites? Like, it's crazy to know that white people say that they care about their own so much that you overlook them and act like they don't exist. The middle class and the rich whites look down upon the poor whites so much that they see and deem them as invisible and unimportant. And this is why the government is trying to strip poor whites of everything that it is that they have, so that then you can turn around and get mad at everybody else, such as the blacks, such as everybody else coming directly into this country, versus you as poor whites getting mad at your own, the middle class and the elites, the rich, who are the causation of why it is that you're poor and white. That's crazy. But you want to sit up there and talk about racial division, people being so divisive. You want to sit up there as a white person coming directly to this live stream and try to sit up there and tell me something. You need to be talking to your own people. The amount of violence that white people basically commit against each other is crazy. I myself, as a commentator that likes to talk about news and things that happen in the public, I've covered a lot of stories of all races: Indian, white, right? I'm sorry, white American, white Canadian, European, Caucasian, Australian, South American, African, from the I done covered everybody except for the North Pole and Antarctica. Up until stories come up about those two places, I can't do nothing about that. And possibly Atlantis. Right. Those are the only areas that I have not covered. But it's mind-boggling to know the fact that white people would rather focus on everybody else and say that they're the problem versus trying to fix what it is that they are the causations of, what it is that their actions have specifically led directly to. The amount of losses of white life is incredible that happens, especially when it deals with wartime. White people, why do y'all keep sitting up there sending y'all kids and y'all family members to war and you don't even agree with the war? Why is that? Explain that to me, because you can't blame that on blacks. You can't blame that on the immigrants. You can't blame that on nobody else because you specifically vote for this. You align directly with this. You're like, I'm an American citizen. I'm a patriot. I'm this, I'm that. So yeah, I'm sending all my kids. We're sacrificing all of them. If you're going to sacrifice them, you might as well sit up there and make you a gold deity and then hopefully get something directly from that deity's mouth. Maybe you might get some invincibility. Maybe you might get some powers. Maybe you might get some gold. Ain't that what the elites do who are white? They sit up there and sacrifice your kids too on an everyday basis, right? That's what they do. That's what those files were sitting up there saying. And those files didn't have black men directly up in them. It was all white men. But y'all don't want to talk about that though, right? All of the rich white elite men that were directly in those files, and a lot of which who are part of this United States government. And then the craziest part is it was also stated that supposedly, the reason why a lot of these things are happening is because there are also, some information that was placed in other areas around the world. So certain areas are getting attacked for specific reasons, but they're telling you that it's for energy. They're telling you it's for oil. They're telling you it's for all of this other type of stuff. But I get it. Because you can't really put a black face directly to it, it'd be directly like that. You're going to ignore it, just like you ignore those files. Y'all still ignoring those files at this moment in time. Like, that's wild. That is 100% wild. The craziest part is, it's very interesting when people want to sit up there and say that black people are begging, but yet y'all were the first ones on Social Security. You were the first ones on government assistance. But isn't that considered a handout? But yet that's what the white United States government did directly for you, because they didn't want to let y'all fall to the wayside. They were like, we got to really help and protect our own. Let's create some, government things, that they could benefit from. Color me surprised. I remember at one point in time, or at least Petra's Farm remembers, when colleges actually used to be free. But, you know, they were free up until the blacks came. It was all free up until the blacks came. And it's crazy to sit up there and see people talking about, again, going back to what you said before. You were like, hey, you blacks, you sitting up here begging. There was a lot of white folks sitting up there begging the government during the pandemic. You remember that? You remember that? I remember that. I remember how white people were sitting up there going to the government. They was like, yo, daddy government, we need you to help us whites out, because we can't make it directly about here. Our whiteness is just not enough anymore. We actually got to work for something now. We actually got to compete with everybody else. It is just unfair. We need you to sit up there and cut us some checks so that we can sit up there and help out our families. We're dying out here. Y'all was really begging during that pandemic. Since you want to talk about black people begging, what happened? I didn't see y'all standing so strong during that pandemic. Huh? What happened? What happened? Y'all was really paying attention. Y'all was really paying attention to the government and who. And then what happened? What happened a little bit time later? All the information started coming out that we told y'all about, that we warned y'all about, because y'all don't like listening. Y'all don't like listening. And y'all fell for what the government told you, hook, line, and sinker. And now everybody's walking all of this back. And now all of these corporations and businesses acting like, oh no, this stuff never happened. We never told y'all 6 feet. We didn't tell y'all this, that, and the third. Matter of fact, how many, right? How many of those medications did y'all have to sit up there and take? Because I remember how many boosters did they have? Didn't they have like 11 boosters or something like that? And all I saw was white people in line taking those left and right. It was Johnson and Johnson, all from all 3 to 4 companies. Y'all was sitting in line taking those. And now look at you. Look at you. Crazy work. Don't even got to say what happened. You know what happened. But like I said, keep blaming the blacks though. Keep focusing directly on the blacks. Keep saying that the blacks are the problem. I keep trying to tell you. Let me put it to you like this: for the white folks out here that are actually listening, that's actually shutting up and staying directly to the back, right? Let me explain it again. So when we had the whole thing of and that was just one incident I'm going to list, the Tuskegee, right, experiment. When I sit up there and tell you that whatever they're going to do to you, they're going to experiment on us first, meaning black people, because usually what scientists like to do is that they're going to find the strongest of the strongest in order to experiment on, because that's the best base to use, because everything under that is weak. So again, I'm looking at what white scientists have done. They didn't decide to experiment on any other people. They didn't even decide to experiment on their own people. They was like, hey, we're going to sit up there and experiment on the blacks first. And we're going to perfect this. We're going to watch it. We're going to monitor it. We're going to see how this basically works. We're going to see how it ticks. And then now they sat up there and gave it directly to you. Color me surprised. And then I'm going to go off on a far deep end, right? When it deals with like the AIDS and the HIV type of thing, right? And I did a video on that. It was another video listed directly on that, a documentary on how, things basically progress. But I'm not going to get deep dive directly into that European and American thing. I'm not going to deep dive into that, right? But what I understood was, learning about AIDS and HIV, everybody said that it came directly from Africa. And I'm like, that's a little bit weird. That sounds like the Tuskegee experiment. That sounded like somebody basically came up with something and experimented on a group of people that they considered to be throwaways, but yet strong enough to basically withstand the experiment long enough to see what the later effects would basically be, right? And then what happened around, let's say, like some late 60s, 70s, 80s, and so on? All of a sudden, AIDS and HIV blew up. But who were the main ones that they were looking directly at? It was the white community. It was a white community. Color me surprised. And then all of a sudden, when it was really hitting y'all the toughest, what did y'all turn around and do with your mainstream media? You was like, oh, no, it's the blacks. 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 But yeah, y'all were the ones with the bathhouses, right? Your husbands, your white husbands were the ones with the pool boys, right? and the other young males directly out there, right? Y'all were the ones out there going to Studio 54 and doing the drugs and the needles and all this other type of stuff, right? Y'all were the ones going to all of these beach fronts and going directly underneath the boardwalk with other men and doing other activities, right? White males. This was you though, right? But y'all wanted to sit up there and basically say it was the blacks. And I was like, yo, that's wild, because I look at the pandemic and I'm like, that's the exact same thing that happened. First, it was this thing that happened, right? And then we look from the 3 states that it happened, white, and these people traveled supposedly to China, came back and brought this, right? So we understood where it came from and how it spread. This is how the mainstream media painted it, right? But then once it started really taking hold within the white community, and white people were really freaking out, because America knows that you can't let white people freak out too much. It's going to be chaos. So then in order to calm everybody down, they were like, yo, the next story that we're going to do, we're going to start making weekly stories about somewhere in like May or June, somewhere until like March, May, and June. Because I remember reporting on it. It was a switch that was flipped on mainstream media, and everybody was like, yeah, the black community. Everybody on mainstream media all of a sudden said black communities were the ones spreading it, were the harbiters directly of it, and were the main ones that everybody should look to in order to get them to calm the whole pandemic down. If we get the blacks to basically do what it is that we tell them to do, then everything will basically stop. And I'm like, that's wild. I'm like, I'm looking at history, I'm looking and watching at the exact same things transpire, the exact same stories. And it seems like when the kitchen gets way too hot for white folks, y'all turn around and y'all decide to blame the blacks. Like I said, when it deals with the pandemic, who told y'all to sit up there and start going over there overseas? Who told y'all to do that? Why would y'all do that? Why? Who told you to sit up there and do that? Who told you to do that? Like I said, if you go back during the pandemic, didn't they sit up there and say that it was a whole field of Europeans that were just getting slayed out there? But when it dealt with Africa, though, what was happening? Huh? What was happening with Africa? Europeans were just left and right, just falling down like bowling pins, right? All over Europe. From the elders to the kids, falling down. But then when it got to the blacks, oddly enough, you didn't hear stories about ridiculous numbers of people just sitting up here, just disappearing. Huh, that's a little bit interesting. When it really dealt with the black community, you didn't hear ridiculous numbers of black Americans just sitting up there disappearing. Huh. But like I said, I'm a conspiracy theorist. I'm a conspiracy. You don't got to listen to nothing that I'm sitting up here saying. Everything that I'm saying is complete fiction. It ain't real. It don't exist. It's just a story that I wrote myself. You know, because as you guys like to sit up there and say, the blacks, you guys always want to be victims. You never want to tell the truth. Realistically, you know, blacks kill more blacks. Why don't you worry about it and talk about that? We actually do, but it's crazy that we're so much on your brain that you don't even take the option to look at the other content that we do, because that would be almost like too much like right. So you would rather basically fixate and focus on things that you find to be problematic, but you don't want to talk about the black folks within the community who are actually talking about solution driven, you know, situations and how it is that we can enact this and do it, because that's too much like right. You don't want to do that. You always want to make it seem like you're the ones pointing out that there's a problem and an issue. You want to make it seem like you're just the observer. It's like, yeah, I'm aware of this. Like, were you guys aware of this, blacks? Were you aware that this was happening in your community? It's a good thing I was here as a white man to sit up there and specifically tell you, because if I wasn't here, you wouldn't actually know. So now, blacks, since I as a white guy made you aware of this, you know, come through with some solutions. That's crazy. That's wild. Diabolical. Also, I happen to remember what happened with monkeypox as well, too. White folks. And color me surprised when the mainstream media news could not even turn. And that lasted for about a few days to a week, because I remember, because I reported on it and I made sure to specifically report directly on it. During the time that monkeypox just automatically just, you know, came out of nowhere and then it disappeared out of nowhere. It's like people forget these things, right? Maybe it's just me. Maybe a lot of people got pandemic brain, but I remember monkeypox was here for a week and then it disappeared. Anybody else? Anybody else? Guess it's just me. But when that happened, I made sure to sit up there and showcase the fact that when they had these long lines for the, the medical needs in order to clear up that monkeypox, I saw a lot of people that didn't look black. Saw a lot of people that didn't look black. And I was like, oh, I'm like, that's wild. And I'm like, oh, so y'all really staying quiet about this. Y'all really ain't trying to, really bring no attention to this one. I'm like, that's a little bit weird. I'm like, I was really waiting for that whole week. I held my breath. I'm like, yo, they're going to sit up there and blame the blacks. I know it. And it just never happened. I'm like, oh, it must be so bad that yet they want to attempt to, but they can't. And then the only thing that they can do is bring a little bit of awareness to it because they don't want to sit up there and make people go crazy like they did previously, because that's just going to, cause things to go out of rails. I was like, oh, isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Like I said, it's remember. And like I said, I remember. Petridge Farm remembers. Like I said, so this is why I find it funny. Whenever it is that folks want to try to come at Black Americans and they want to specifically try to tell us certain types of things that we should do and shouldn't do and all this other type of stuff, you should basically be the solutions to your own problems. And you can't even do that because you're too afraid to actually face yourself at the end of the day. So this is why you're like, I don't want to sit up there. I'm too scared to face myself. Let me face other people. It might be scary, but I might be able to do something. Let me face other people. And I'm talking about to white people specifically, and only to white people. Y'all got an opioid epidemic y'all ain't doing nothing about. Drugs and whatnot are still getting smuggled and made directly in this country. Matter of fact, somebody in the comment section can write down the family, because I can see the name, but it's like it's not coming to me to actually say it. But there was a family out there that is the leader of the opioid epidemic. They both created the opioids for whites, got y'all addicted, did not face any type of trials, didn't face any jail time, didn't face any type of prison for getting all of these white folks addicted and no longer here. And then they came out with a cure. Whew, white people, what happened? What happened? I thought y'all were supposed to sit up there and care about your own people. I thought y'all were supposed to care about your own lives, but yet y'all sit idly by, like I said before, and y'all allow big pharma, white, to sit up there and put y'all on all types of drugs, get y'all addicted, because that's what y'all got, addictive personalities. So they give you what it is that you're able to take because you got a high tolerance and a high addiction for a lot of this stuff, right? Because you can't cope. That's the only way that you can cope with reality, with society. You have to do alcohol, you have to do drugs, you have to do sex, and also some other things. I'm not going to sit up the list, but it also has to deal with the family, right? Maybe even pets. You got those coping mechanisms, all of which are not even normal. No human being should be within those ranges of coping. You should be able to just talk to yourself, look at yourself in the mirror, have a conversation, therapeutic conversation. But y'all can't even sit down long enough to look at yourself because you're disgusted. And you're also fearful. So because you're disgusted and fearful, where does that leave you? You turn directly to everybody else and blame them for your problems and your situations because you're unhealed and you've been unhealed, because that's the way that you were created. And because you can't go to your creator, because you can't ask them, because you can't even attempt to make contact, you turn out in anger and frustration and lash out with everybody else that's within reach. And this is why we got the society and the world that we currently have. Because you're unhealed children still looking for a call, for a letter from the parent that abandoned you. This is why you always get so attached when you want to talk about, the Black fathers. Huh, I bet you Father's Day and where are your parents? And this is, where's your actual parent? Where's your creator? Who is the one that made you who it is? I would say made you whole, but you're not. You're not even half. So where is the person that sat up there and made you who it is that you are? Where? Point to him. Show me. Because the only thing realistically for me, because as godless as you are, right? The only thing that you can really point to for me is that little green bill that you got where it says in God we trust. And I know you're not talking about black people as a we, so you got to be only talking about you. So that money is your God, because you don't have your actual father. You don't have your actual mother. You can't even sit up there and point to him at the end of the day. You can't point to a creator. So you had to come up with one. This is why you got false idols all throughout the United States. This is why you allow rich, depraved elites and so many others that look like you to do what it is that they want to sit up there and do. Because you're hoping that if you make enough chaos, if you make enough problems and situations, that maybe your creator, your parent, your mother will sit up there and show up and actually acknowledge you. Because that's really what you're yearning for. But you can never get it. But it be like that. But it be like that, and you'll never receive it. Never in a day. Because you're undeserving. Godless creatures who are abandoned, and rightfully so. But now, what we're going to sit up there and do is go directly back to what we were talking about, which was the original video of this guy here, who is an owner, who has money, who is supposedly trespassed directly off of his property by an Asian cop. Right? So let's keep going.
The words, she's happy, makes you smile. It should. The brand was She's Happy. We added hair because that was the focal product. But definitely, it's a household name now, and I'm extremely proud of the team in which we've grown. We went from $800 to $80 million plus in sales without ever taking out a business loan. We expanded from Houston, Texas, having just one store here, to 3 stores in Houston, to 2 stores in Dallas, stores in Alabama, stores in Oklahoma, stores in Detroit, Atlanta, and we just been rocking and rolling ever since.
I was dead broke when I was dreaming.
You know, we recently signed a deal with Walmart to expand across the U.S. Our first location is actually in Atlanta, Georgia, but also inside of Walmart. It's a huge blessing. So look at all this traffic, all this money moving. So you can't just sit around while all the money's moving, doing nothing. You gotta move with it. Did I grow up with a silver spoon in my mouth? No. Did I grow up with an awesome father figure? And no, none of that. Did I make excuses for all that? No. All I did was put my head down and I followed the blueprint. America tells you that in order to live the American dream, you gotta do this, and do this, and keep doing this. And I'm living it.
Ready to ball, give them my all, don't need applause, walking.
Right? So you got 2 black men here that basically created a business. And they place it in a variety of places. So again, you have a lot of folks out here that feel like, oh yeah, black men don't do this, they don't do that, and all this other, they're nothing but criminals and rah. Yeah, obviously not. But like I said before, because it fractures their brain, it fractures what it is that they were specifically told in their teachings, right? It shutters them. Because that happens, they can never again decide to look elsewhere to find some other type of information. Like I said, a lot of folks out here are so deep within a lie that they cannot see past it. It is impossible for them to actually gain the wisdom and information that they need in order to properly educate themselves to realize that they were actually lied to. So this is why I sat up there and said before that you can't save people out here that don't want to be saved. And then again, some people just don't need to be saved. At the end of the day, some people just don't need to be saved. It be like that. And that also goes back in what I said about the previous conversation where, you know, white folks got, you know, left behind by their creator, their parents, and abandoned, and all those other types of things. You know, that's the exact same thing. Because to the further extent, what they're trying to do is to get a lot of folks into their way of thinking and their way of life so that when everything is said and done, they're not the only ones basically going somewhere. Everybody else is coming directly with them because they don't want to be alone, because that's the main fear. No matter how much people sit up there and talk about, oh yeah, we love segregation, bring segregation back and all this other type of stuff. What do we always sit up there and see white people doing? They were loving black music. black artists, even back during segregation, even when they had, like I said, there was a young black man. What was it? Little bitty pretty one, right? Brother was sitting up there singing on stage, and you saw the white people just sitting there. And you can just you know the ones that were just angry and mad for no reason. Again, for no reason. He never even did anything to you, but inherently, right? Just because you're white, you're angry at the vision of somebody black directly up there in front of you for whatever reason. Crazy work, right? But then you saw the other white folks where it was like, yeah, I am indoctrinated into like the belief of like just not liking blacks and all this other type of stuff. But yo, this music is really getting. And then you'll see the white girls, they were the first ones to sit up there and like they're looking around and trying to see if anybody else is moving, bobbing their head. That's the main thing that white people do. See, that's the difference between black and white people. Black people will just naturally do it because that's how we feel. White people, they were like, yeah, I got to get a general consensus. Is this okay to sit up there and do? Is anybody else white basically vibing to this, even though we're not supposed to? And when you look at that video, it's like, yo, y'all are so brainwashed, y'all don't even know it. And even when we show you the historical facts of you being brainwashed and how it is that y'all sit up there and move, y'all don't even want to sit up there and look at that or pay attention to it. Y'all be like, that was in the past. What does that have to do with today? I voted for Obama. I got black in my family. I got mixed grandbabies, mixed kids. I dated a black girl at college. I got a black cat and dog. When I close my eyes, I see black. So how am I racist? Y'all will say some of the most ridiculous things in order to prove that you're racist, but you're only further proving that you're racist. And it's like, even with that example, y'all still don't even understand. So in y'all minds, they'll be like, oh, since he's calling this out, I'm talking about this. He's focused on race. This black man is racist. Like I said, it's crazy out here. It is 1,000% crazy. But like I said, shout out to these two black men sitting up there formulating a business. And that also further shows, going back to the previous comment that I got earlier, where someone was like, why don't you rebuild this and rebuild that? I mean, we easily could. We can, but we just know that chances are if we build it in the exact same place, the exact same thing is going to sit up there and happen. Right? Because y'all are creatures of habit. That's what you do. Right? So why would we basically, tell you that, oh yeah, we're going to rebuild this back up? Guess what? Y'all going to sit up there and show back up there. Now this time is going to be with the military, tanks, and drones. Why are we going to sit up there and tell you where we're going to do it? That doesn't make any type of sense. That's a little bit weird. Why would we sit up there and give you plans? Stupid. It's crazy work. That's diabolical in nature. People don't think. Think, Mark. Think. It's like it's some crazy work out here. But now we're going to go directly to another video here, which has to do with a black woman, and we're going to go by the mainstream media news. Shout out to Detroit. So we're going to go directly right here and see what happened.
We're learning more about a woman shot by a Detroit officer 6 times last October. She's a Detroit mother of 5. Her name is Tracy Allen. And in her own words, she believed she was going to be killed on that day. Local 4 obtained this video from a resident on the city's east side. It shows officers attempting to box her in. She refused to get out and drove away. Now, this encounter started as a traffic stop. An officer pulled over the woman for speeding, tinted windows, and an obscured plate. During the stop, the officer claimed the woman refused to show her license, which the department later said was unfounded. Next, the woman asked the officer to call a supervisor, even dialing 911 herself. Instead, the officer called for backup, and at some point, officer tried pulling the woman out of the SUV using pepper spray, and that's when she took off. Originally, the department had planned to release the body cam footage, but that's been put on hold after the chief saw what happened, saying it highlighted several policy violations and he suspended the officer without pay. He's also waiting to see how the county prosecutor will proceed. Meanwhile, we're expected to hear from Allen and her attorney later this morning. Together, they are filing a $25 million lawsuit against the city and the officer who shot her.
Color me surprised that police decided to use lethal force or attempt to use lethal force on a black American. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. Why am I surprised? Why am I shocked? Why am I surprised? Why am I shocked? But again, when you show this type of stuff to white people, they have 2 options. They were like, you guys always want to portray yourself to be the victim. I need more information. I got to see it from the officer's point of view. This, that, and the third. I just can't believe it because, the blacks, they don't like listening to oath keepers and officers. We've seen the videos, especially during BLM. Remember BLM blacks? Remember BLM? Remember how you were sitting up there acting and you were burning down all of America? Yeah. And then the whites, we had to sit up there and stand up. We had to defend America. Yeah. Right? Option number one. Option number two is when they turn around and be like, well, maybe that did happen. But, this happens to white people all the time. Actually, John down the street, he was profiled. And the cops decided that they wanted to, instead of, just, doing the normal, ring around the rosy, they wanted to be abusive. They wanted to go over and beyond the badge. And, they started using batons, directly on John. They pepper sprayed him. They pulled out an attack dog, and then they also planted drugs. So really, blacks, this isn't really something indicative or something that specifically happens to you. It happens to everybody. It happens to whites all the time. But do you see us online crying about it? No, we don't. We just continue on with our lives like it never happened. Notice there is no third option, because there's not an option where white people are just like, yo, I understand this. I see it. It's wrong. Things need to 100% be done. And as white people, we're going to stand up and we're going to make sure that things are actually done. That's not a third option, because it doesn't exist. The same exact white folks that always like to sit up there and talk about, reparations and slavery, and they like to sit up there and talk about, oh, there was a lot of whites that sat up there and helped out the slaves and did this and did that. All right, cool. So where are all of those same whites and those white families at? Where's that white bloodline at when it deals with trying to correct and fix America? Where are they at? Because it seems like you guys are all in hiding, because the only time that y'all want to bring up those white bloodlines, the quote unquote good ones, is when you want to sit up there and talk against reparations. When you want to sit up there and try to body block for America as a whole, because you want to use the minority in order to try to say and galvanize the whole as like this good type of entity, when we know it's not. Like I said, it's wild work out here. That is wild work. Wild work, 100%. 100% wild. Diabolical in nature. But like I said, in the pictures, the young woman, she was shot twice. She has 2 bullet wounds. So she survived, luckily, and I'm happy that she did survive, because like I said, that's ridiculous. And that woman, she looked like she maybe weighed about less than 110 pounds or less than 120. And I know that the officer that was there weighed more than her. So for that excessive force to be used over a obscure plate, a tinted window, and whatever else they set up there and say, it made no sense. It made 0 sense. But I promise you, white folks out there, back the blue, thin blue line. We got to respect our men and women in uniform, and da 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 da. They can never do anything wrong. But yet you heard the police chief. He was like, yo, there was actually, we didn't show up case the video because there's a multitude of things that actually go against the policy. So we got to get this man up out of here. For me, that's not good enough. That man should be locked away in prison, because he attempted to take that black woman's life. But I guess the good white society out there with the bloodlines that have helped out the slaves and free them, I guess they don't see none of these videos. I guess they don't exist for this. It's crazy work. Y'all only tend to bring this up when it's dealing with reparations and slavery. That's the only time y'all want to talk about good whites. Y'all never want to sit up there and slide this directly over to any other talk actually on and start. Crazy work. Diabolical in nature. Diabolical. But now I'm gonna, and this is where I love to in a sense go, because again, I know I got some white folks directly in the background and y'all clamoring to just wait for a video to really highlight and showcase something. So let me just sit up there and set you up real quick so you can just shut up and sit down. Too many times I've showcased videos where somebody white has decided that they wanted to use a racial slur towards somebody black. And for whatever reason, you guys will come up with all types of excuses. You'll move the goalposts. You'll decide to scapegoat around the situation and act like it doesn't exist, act like it's just a word. But then, 1 second. My apologies. every single time that situations like this happen where you have white folks that want to use racial slurs and words, even in my own comment section during lives, the quote unquote good whites, y'all never show up. I never see you. I see my moderators. I see them all the time. They will sit up there and spot that at the drop of a dime and get them and pack them right up out of here. But yet when they talk about the good whites, and y'all talk about them a lot, especially in my live streams, I never see y'all show up. And especially the ones talking, I know you ain't talking about yourselves because y'all ain't never sitting up there trying to pipe down the other white folks out here trying to be racist. So let's just look at this video so we can get directly into what it is I'm talking about.
In the pride LGBTQ community, so you support LGBTQ? What? Do you support LGBT? Oh, no, that's not what I asked you. Answer the question. Do you support LGBTQ? I don't know if
Yes, they do.
Huh?
I don't know if
Let me repeat that one more time because maybe people can't read lips. Maybe people don't understand what that old white woman basically said, right? And note how the black man, conservative, mind you, obviously this white woman is a liberal because she's against Trump. She said first president, liar, felon, right? So you got a white woman there. We got other white people there. They can clearly hear this within earshot. Black man is having a conversation, a consistent, calm conversation with a white dude talking. She decides to interject. Let's go back to this again.
A liberal, a Democrat, in the pride LGBTQ community, so you support LGBTQ? What? Do you support LGBT? Oh, no, that's not what I asked you. Answer the question. Do you support LGBTQ? I don't know if
yes, they do.
Huh?
I don't know enough about it. I believe
You don't know enough about it?
I believe it's chromosomes.
Do you support LGBTQ, the people that stole God's rainbow and made it their demonic symbolism for their community?
No.
Do you support them
I
people?
have taught-
Or do you support
Yes,
that
we have
ideology?
taught.
Okay, I do.
I
You know
taught
why?
30 years.
That's not godly. These are the things which defile a old woman.
Okay.
But to eat with unwashed hands does not defile a man.
Okay.
She just said the N-word, the hard ER. She's racist.
Okay, are you finished talking? Because I want to. I don't know my.
Do you agree that she's
I'm
racist?
for it. I don't know her.
Do you agree that you're?
I don't know her. I'm talking
Sir,
to you.
the
I don't
fruit-
know her.
The
Okay,
fruit
look,
of
stop
what
talking.
she's representing.
Go like this.
Sir.
Go like this.
Sir.
2 ears,
I mean, sir,
one
yeah.
mouth. 2
Did
ears,
she just say-
one mouth. 2 ears,
I
one
know.
mouth.
I know, but let's talk about her,
Close
the
this.
person you're
Open
protesting
this.
with.
Open this.
Why?
Open this.
Because there's nothing good about her, right?
No, he
It's nothing good about her.
can't
She's a
talk for her.
racist and she just exposed her racism.
talk.
Now condemn that if you're a Christian. Where's the actions of you being a
I wanna
Christian?
talk to you.
Say, you know what, ma'am, you need to repent from that. The First John tells me I have an anointing from the Holy Spirit, and I need no one to teach me. The Holy Spirit teaches me all things. Hallelujah. Learn your Bible, repent, and believe in the gospel.
So let me walk that back real quick. This man is not a conservative. He may be a preacher or a pastor. Preaching the word as you know he wants directly to the people, right? So I walk that back. That was a correction right there because people can admit directly when it is that they're wrong. But what I'm not wrong about is the fact that you got all of these white folks present. This one decided to use a racial slur. She was loud as all get out. She was loud as all day. And even in the midst of that, white people still excuse her. Oh, I don't know her. I don't know anything about her. I don't know her. The dude was like, well, would you sit up there and condemn that and say that she's a racist? I don't know her. I can't speak for her. The white woman, what did she sit up there and say? She was like, hey, you need to sit up there and just listen to the white dude. He's telling you to shut up. He's telling you to be quiet. Close your mouth and close your ears and use your brain. What? A racist action actually occurred in front of white folks. These are supposed to be the good white folks, right? What happened? What happened? Why? Like I said, I'm waiting for it. I'm waiting for it because this is for everything that it seems, right? The black dude is a pastor. Now, if you're not, if you're white and you are God fearing, you are a Christian, Catholic, Baptist, whatever you want to sit up there, Protestant, whatever it is, you should be able to sit up there and condemn this because this is not Christ-like, right? But for whatever reason, these godless individuals can never seem to condemn their own people when they commit racist acts in front of them, even when they're right there next to them. Color me surprised. Color me surprised. Wow. That's diabolical. So again, where are all of those folks at when they want to speak on the good, like whenever black folks start talking about slavery and reparations and y'all want to talk about the good whites and the white bloodlines that freed and helped out the slaves and y'all want to say that all white people ain't racist, where are the non-racist whites in this video that were there to step up in order to speak out against and to speak for that pastor that was simply preaching. This is why I sit up there and say a lot of y'all are godless. Y'all don't actually have no type of religion. Y'all fakes, counterfeits, just like $5 Indians. Like I said, that's crazy to me. That's crazy. Tibby said, I saw the video. What's up, Tibby? You said you saw the video. Wait, who threatened who? Wait a minute. Well, let me go back up. Yeah, I don't know what that was. That dude looked like he was trying to send some threats, which is pretty weird. Like I said, y'all lucky I ain't the type of folks up out here that know people in like the FBI and the government, because I make sure that they'll be here. I'm like, yo, Cecil, come check who this dude is real quick. Y'all lucky. You are so blessed. Because y'all would be shooketh to sit up there and be saying some of the stuff that y'all be saying in this comment section. You will be shooketh. You know, like I said, it's some crazy work there. But like I said before, I don't see nobody in the comment section talking about the good whites. Where y'all at? Matter of fact, I guess I'll make sure to save this video on another folder, so that every single time they start pulling up to the scene, I'll just play this video to showcase what it is that black people will be talking about. Because like I said, this is crazy. A whole old white woman decided that she wanted to use racial slur, not once, not twice, but 3 times. And then she wanted to raise her fist to signify that she is right and da-da-da-da. I'm like, that's wild. It ain't not nearly a white person there uttered a word in defense for that black man. But yet, black people are supposed to sit up there and believe that we're kumbaya, my lord. It's Kuna Matata. And that, you know, this whole, you know, thing of the main speech that y'all love from Martin Luther King, the mountaintops, and we're supposed to believe that actually exists. But when I look at reality, that's not what I see from white folks, especially not in this instance with a black dude being a preacher. It's crazy. It's like, why would you get so mad about a black dude being a preacher? And especially a black dude that's not even addressing or talking to you. And notice how he ignored her. He fully 1000% ignored her. And she walked off in anger. And then she decided a little bit later towards the end of the video that she wanted to turn back around and I guess try to get his attention again. Like I said, weird type of behavior. Somebody that's not paying you no mind or attention. You want to specifically give them attention and try to get attention from them. That's a bit weird. That's obsessive. That's crazy. But that's America. It's crazy. Tippy want to talk about, oh, now you acknowledge me. That's crazy. That's wild. That's wild. That's 100%. So now we're going to go to another video. Some of you guys might have saw this from the previous video that I posted a little bit earlier today. It's about a good 3 videos, right? And those are added directly into this live stream here because it's, again, to serve a purpose and to further prove directly a point that it's always about race with them.
Please show me what I stole. Thank you. Come check the bag. You're accusing me of stealing? Please check my bag. Here, I have no problem. I shop here all the time. Check my bags, please. Go in each one of them. Here you go. Here you go. Take them. I'll check it for you. Here, look. No, please. No, y'all just embarrassed me. You accuse me of stealing. That's everything that I bought. Here's everything else that I bought from a previous store. Here's the contents of my pocketbook. I am a public figure. Here's everything else in my bag. I have nothing else, nothing to hide. Now you threaten to call the police? Please call the police. Yeah. Please call the police. Because you just publicly embarrassed me in this store. I have not taken one thing. I didn't take one thing out of this store. I shop in this store all the time. My name is Belita Spellman. I am the CEO of Positive Queens. I have over 100,000 women followers that I uplift every day. I'm shopping in the store. No, I'm shopping in the store for women. I deal with women who have cancer. No. Watch my.
Uh-oh. Oh, yeah. Who's a racist? Let me know. Who's a racist? Y'all got so many like bot accounts and like random burner accounts. It's crazy. That lets you know like the obsession is real. But like I said, I highlighted you real quick. Let me know who you saying is racist. You said for people that say that these types of things are projecting. Mm. Okay. Okay. We will be monitoring your future comments at this moment in time. Because this is how it starts. I'm just gonna say I've been doing this for far too long where I've seen people that magically agree, and then automatically things start going layer by layer by layer. And then we get to the core. But we'll continue. But you will be monitored.
My bags, please. These items go in gift baskets for women that are going through some things. And I came here to get some things to go in those baskets for these women. And they are accusing me of stealing. And I have not taken one thing, and they cannot recover anything to.
Wait. Hold on. You said you're accusing. So hold on. Are you disagreeing? Right? Are you disagreeing with, again, you're a troll account anyway, because I'm looking directly at your name. That's why I highlighted you real quick and put you directly down, because I already knew what the name basically meant and whatnot, whatever. You're not actually even serious, right? But it's all cool for entertainment purposes. So are you saying that I am racist because of what it is that I'm stating directly during this live stream? Because you said that you're accusing a whole race of actions of a few, and then you said that you're not a troll account. Your name is a troll. You couldn't properly curse for your Google name and for your YouTube name, so this is why you spelled it the way that you spelled it. You think I can't read? Like, are you serious? What? Like, oh, that's crazy. That's why I work to make. And see, that's why I be talking about. Like, yo, I can clear. I'm a gamer. I can read exactly what the name is. It's completely obvious. But you're making it seem like you're telling me, oh, you're not a troll. Then why would you make a name like that? What? That's something like a 16-year-old would sit up there and do on World of Warcraft or something like 360. Like, word? Like, really? Now you're trying to sit up there and play my intelligence? Like, that's crazy. Like, it's diabolical. But you're saying that I'm the one that's projecting. That's weird. That's weird. I'm projecting, but yet I've shown evidence of those who commonly say that it's never about race, specifically going after those because of their race. Because I want to note that this is the second video of somebody Asian that I've showcased. So I'm a little bit confused. So are you saying that Asians are also considered white? Because you're making it seem like I'm not showcasing anybody else here, and I am actually showcasing other people here. You were just a Johnny come lately or chose not to pay attention to that. Just trying to figure out. He was like, everybody needs to listen to more. See, this is the one thing I love about white folks, where or those who think white like, right? They pull up to the scene and they always state that their favorite people are MLK, Morgan Freeman. It's always somebody black who is not abrasive. That's why you had a lot of white folks sit up there and vote for Obama, because he was palatable. It was like, well, even though he has a black wife and and I can visibly see that he's a black man, it's palatable. There's some nice qualities. He's one of the good blacks. You know what? I'll actually give it a shot. I'll vote for this black. I'm not going to vote for the other ones, but I'll vote for this one. And y'all made sure y'all pulled directly up to the scene and voted for Obama. Shout out to the white people. Y'all did that. In order to also just prove to yourselves and other people that you're not racist. But we saw how that played out a little bit later on. Right? But everybody loves that whole thing with Morgan Freeman. They're like, yeah, he's one of the good blacks. He really understands us. He really sees the world for what it is. Yeah, we're all one. We're all human beings. I don't see color. Even though both my cat and my dog and my car are black, but I didn't pick them because they're color. I picked them because those are things I really liked and wanted. It had nothing to do with the color. The last two, black women I slept with, I didn't sleep with them because they were black. I slept with them because they were, human beings. Now, class. I could have sworn I just said earlier on that there's only a few choices that people have to navigate when it deals with this channel. And he chose option number 1. He was like, guess what, buddy? You're racist because you're talking about race and you're labeling and placing white people directly into one group. That within itself is racist. Okay. What else do you got? I said that this was option number 1. You got a few other options left. I want to see if you know what those options are and if you're going to go directly towards those options because you already used option 1. The beautiful part that I can sit up there and say about this, if you're the type of person and know that you never hated anybody because of the color of their skin, why are you talking? Something within you that deep down at the core is screaming and you feel attacked because of the words or the tone that I'm basically using. And for whatever reason, through this computer screen, through this microphone, through this internet, through this whole connection, you feel as though that I'm specifically talking to you. So that's why you felt the need to speak directly within this comment section during this live stream. I don't even know who you are. I didn't even know you actually existed online up until you let me know that you existed because you felt that much offended. So I'm not actually the problem. It's you. Because if you know that you are separate from the white people that I'm talking about, then what is there to defend? Why would you need to defend yourself? Do I know your actual name? Did we go to school, same cities, work the same jobs, know the same friends and people? No, we don't. Zero, nada, nil. But yet you decided that it was within your best interest to pull up to the scene to try to tell me that you're not a racist. And you're only basically proving my point. Because if you're not a racist, you don't have anything to defend. You don't really technically have anything to say to let me know that, hey, I'm not a racist. You don't have to sit up there and tell me that. If you know that within yourself, that's all that should be good for. You should just specifically stick with that. Why do you have to tell me anything to try to prove anything to me? That's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. Just saying. I mean, that goes with the same thing this person said. Why are you so hateful? Where am I hateful? Let me know. Because I put it to like this. So when I talk about like the Indians, when I talk about the Latins, Hispanics, when I talk about the Africans, when I talk about the Europeans, when I talk about the Black community, within that, would you also say the same thing on those live streams and videos? When I specifically make videos or I have live streams where I'm going off and I'm talking specifically to the Black community, are you going to sit up there and say I'm hateful against my own? No, you're not. You're going to shut the fuck up real quick. You're going to make sure that you have nothing to say because it doesn't have anything. It has zero to actually do with you. So like I said, it's pretty interesting and it's pretty funny when people want to say that I'm hateful or that I'm racist, but yet you never are here to levy that exact same argument when I'm talking directly to Black people. Why is that? That's a little bit weird. It's a little bit weird. Just saying. Just saying. And also you are correct for Franklin. It wasn't up until recently that slavery was basically abolished. I think what was it in Mississippi back in like 2013? Yeah. So we had it here for a minute. And a lot of people don't even realize that. Crazy work. You still have some plantations basically running around in the 2000s, but have them sit up there and tell you, oh, slavery ended so long ago. No, it didn't. You still have some states where that was actually technically still going. So it's like, hey, you can't tell nobody nothing. Shout out to Miss Franklin. I see you. I see you. You said the truth hurts. I mean, who's hurt? That's what I'm trying to figure out. That seems to be projection on your end. I'm not hurt about nothing. I'm actually pretty good. I'm eating brownies right now and I'm drinking water. And I'm doing this live stream. I'm actually having fun right now. I'm relaxed right now, actually. You're the only one that actually seems hurt because you're the only one giving these type of responses, which is weird. And again, this video here doesn't even have anything to do with you. This is an Asian man doing this to a black woman. So I'm a little bit confused. Crazy work. Diabolical. Other person said, my bad, you're a victim. So you actually went to option number 2. Good job on you. Okay, I see you. You are slowly winding down on the options that I basically listed that you can only move. You don't have anything else. There's only so few areas and avenues that you can go, with this whole thing of trying to say, you guys, victims, and this, just that, and the third, and pull yourself up by your bootstraps and rah, 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 rah. It was like, nah, I don't feel attacked. I'm just tired of the hypocrisy. No, you're like I said, y'all are just tired that black folks are around and that we're a consistent reminder of the lack of accomplishments, right? How it is that you failed in attempted plans. That's what it really is. It's not so much of a fatigue, and it's not so much of this and that. Like y'all want to sit up there and list. It's like, nah, you're looking at a constant reminder of how it is that you attempted something and you failed. That's what it is. Like I said, a lot of people don't like to be reminded of history, especially when they failed, especially when they weren't able to accomplish and do what it was that they set out to do. It's crazy. Diabolical. You said, who said I'm defending anything? Right. So let's look at this real quick, folks. He said, who's defending anything? He said, I assume a lot, right? So let's do a rewind real quick and go back to this comment. He said, it's not about Morgan Freeman. It's called common sense. I've never hated anyone for the color of their skin, right? That's a defense that you're doing. You wanted to, talk about the previous subject, which is Morgan Freeman that you brought up. And then you added on to that statement the fact that it's quote unquote common sense to know. And also you wanted to put yourself in there. You inserted yourself at the tail end by saying, in defense, I've never hated anyone for the color of their skin. Right? That's what you did. And then you said, who said I'm defending anything? Are we in the same reality right now? Are we at the same place? Somebody let me know. Somebody let me know. Let me know. Just let me know. Because I'm highly confused. Because you said you're not defending nothing. He was like, hey, buddy, we're human. Stop dividing us. So wait. Let me get this straight. So you're telling me, as the single black man that I am in these United States, you're telling me that I have the unique power and ability, birth given, some may say, in order to divide a whole group of people? You're really saying that I got that much power? Let me know. Because that seems a little bit weird to say that. It seems a little bit weird to say that one person has all of this power. Because I've never seen it. Because if I actually had this type of power, then, things would be vastly different around these parts. But obviously that's not clear cut where we are. little bit confused. Little bit confused. Dun, 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 dun. Let me see. Let me go back to something. Whoops, I missed the zero. What was it? It's crazy work. Just looking through the comments real quick. What's funny is I'm Egyptian and you assume that I'm white. You are white. You are white. You can be Egyptian and you're still white by American standards. I guess you don't understand that. Like I said, I'm American. There was an Egyptian teacher that wanted to move abroad and he came directly to the United States. And they specifically told him that he had to identify as white. So, like I said before, you may not understand it because you're over there. But here in these parts, when you come over here, you only have selective areas that you can decide to categorize yourself as. Right? So, again, I'm going by that professor. I'm going by the educated person. That's Egyptian. That comes from over yonder in those parts. And him giving his 2 cents and educating on other people on what it is that he had to go through and what it is that the United States government told him. So like I said, you are white for all intents and purposes. Again, you ain't going to understand it. And man, D Money was like, yo, let me get the door for you. Let me get the door for you. That's some crazy. I love when people sit up there and say, magically, I got the power to divide people. I didn't know. I'm Kanye. I had no one man should have all that power. I didn't know, guys. I didn't know I had all that power. I really got power over whites where I could sit up there and have them, the same people that created segregation. I got the power to create a further divide, something greater than them. That's wild. That's wild. Ashley J. Williams. You want to say that stuff is like a ridiculous argument. Obviously, you've only been taught one piece of history. That's cool. That's fine. You're directly within your ignorance. I'm not going to take out the time to basically educate you. There's other people in the comment section that have listed information that you could easily look up. I know you're not going to go back through the comments in order to find that information. So it be like that. So, whatever it is. Whatever it is, But let's continue.
Say for proof that I've stolen anything, but yet have publicly embarrassed me. I'm not spending a dime in this store. I'm very upset and I'm also humiliated. Can you hold the camera now so they won't accuse me of putting anything in my bag? Everybody black don't steal. Everybody black don't steal. Some of us have God in our lives and believe in the Lord. Today is the Lord's day. Amen. And I came here as a black woman to shop. To shop, not steal. And they're accusing me. No, I don't want anything from you, sir. You've embarrassed me. No, I want nothing from you. I don't know your names, but can I get your names? Because this is humiliating. And we all don't come here. No, everybody don't come here to steal. Everybody black don't steal. See this? This man right here have accused me of stealing. Accused me of stealing. No. You asked me to empty the contents of my bag, and I did. No. You have no, but you have the right to ask me, but you don't have the.
At that moment, I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel like the school actually cared about.
So I wasn't, because somebody had made note in the video that I posted that the reaction part to it wasn't uploaded. I thought I did. It was about like 4 in the morning when I did it, and I had it basically posted or whatever. And I forgot the commentary part. So through these videos, after the 3 videos, I'm going to give commentary that technically should have been there the very first time, but it wasn't. So for the going back to the other video where it dealt with both of the Asians here, this is something that primarily and only happens directly in the Black community. No other group of people has to deal with anything like this at all. No other people has the amount of videos that Black Americans have when it deals with being racially profiled as thieves. And there's been way too many times that Asian men, and I keep trying to tell people, Asian men directly out here, they like to put hands directly on women. If you don't believe me, go look at videos of Asian men in their countries and how it is that they treat their women. There are hundreds of thousands of videos online of which even Asian people place up themselves of how it is that their men conduct themselves publicly. I've literally seen Asian men in public get out during some type of car disagreement, and the Asian dude is just mollywhopping the Asian woman up and down the street, punching her directly in the face, kicking her, doing all of this stuff. And I'm like, ain't nobody doing nothing, ain't nobody saying nothing to sit up there and stop it. So I'm not too surprised when I've covered videos where Asian men have sat up there and laid hands directly on Black women. I'm not surprised where Asian men have decided to lock Black women directly in these salons, in these stores. I'm not too surprised where Asian folks decided that they wanted to sit up there and start beating down, Black women directly in these nail salons and all. Like I said, I'm not too surprised about none of this at all. And this is specifically why I set up and said that, hey, for Black women out there, really start, coming up, like-minded folks, start coming up and with business plans and formulating these businesses within Black communities to get these folks on up out of there. Because that's the only way that stuff like this is going to sit up there and stop. Because if you're a Black woman, you should be able to go and shop and not have problems like this. Like I said, these will be the quickest ones because they view themselves the closest things to white, and they view you as less than. So this is why they're very quick to automatically look at you as a criminal, even though your quote unquote Blacks are criminals, but they make sure to put their businesses in Black neighborhoods. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. You automatically look at Black folks, Asians, automatically look at Black folks as criminals, as less than. You see yourself as close to white as possible, but you make sure to put your nail shops, whatever salons that you got, and your beauty supply stores directly in Black businesses. How does that even make sense? That's not even logical. Somebody got to be lying. Somebody has to be lying. Somebody got to be lying. Somebody got to be lying. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Somebody said filming it but humiliated. The funny thing is, I always seen white people filming their interactions with police, and they always getting they butts handed directly to them. I'm like, so I guess you just like humiliation too, right? Like, wouldn't that fit directly within the same thing? You're humiliated, this and this and that and the third is happening, but you're still filming it. Oh, that's right. When y'all do it, it's called documentation, because you need proof so that you can file a lawsuit. So it's completely fine and dandy. It's not humiliation. But when Black people sit up there and do it, just to prove that they weren't stealing, just to prove against the narrative that people want to put directly out there, it's humiliation. Why are you filming it? Crazy work. Diabolical. It's diabolical. Diabolical. Joey Jones said Indians and Muslims are the worst for it. I mean, they probably could be, but we're talking about who's on the screen. We're talking about who's on the screen. One Asian dude was a police officer that decided to put hands directly on a Black man and tase him. Number one. And he also had tattoos on his arms. To me, if I happen to see a cop with tattoos, it's automatically gang related. That's how the police and the LAPD are basically taught and raised, that if somebody has tattoos, it's basically gang related. Right? It's a gang brand. That at least that's what I learned from watching all of these cop shows. But now all of a sudden, these cops, it's cool to have sleeves, neck tattoos, knuckle tattoos, wrist tattoos, elbow tattoos, and be showing them. I remember there was a point in time where the police were really against anybody having tattoos. They wouldn't even hire you, especially if those tattoos are in areas where people can sit up there and see them. But now it's like, hey, everybody's a gang. We're going to put it out there in the open, and everybody's okay with it. Crazy work, diabolical. But like I said, I'm focused direct. I'm not focused on the Indians, not focused on the Muslims. I'm focused on the ones that are specifically here performing these actions. If we happen to get to the Indians and Muslims, then we can sit up and have a conversation. But we're not there at this moment in time. Fair? Fair. Just saying. Just saying. Somebody said, I've seen the same kinds of videos many times from what is it? Black men, white men, Asian, Hispanic. What does that mean? Who are we talking about right now? How did black men come directly up into this topic? Do we not have technically you can't see the other Asian guy. Let me see if I can pull this directly back. Right. Let me
No, everybody don't come here to steal. Everybody black don't steal. See this?
Right. So you got two Asian men directly, it's blurred, like some Bigfoot footage from 1955. But you can clearly see in the blue Asian man and the one behind the register is an Asian man. Where do black men have to do with this situation? Where they at? Where the black men at? Because I love when people sit up there and decide that they want to, but the black men, where are the black men at? Show me that. We're in a beauty supply store. The only times that black dudes show up in these stores is when they're getting like a do-rag, they're getting a wave brush, like I said, stuff that you wouldn't even know anything about, right? They get, wave cap, do-rag, and a wave brush. That's it. Or maybe some wave gels. Or maybe something for their beard. But like I said, the men's section is very, very small in beauty supplies. Again, stuff that y'all wouldn't know anything about. So I'm just trying to figure out where do black men fit into this equation when I'm talking about Asian men doing this? And giving an example on how it is that Asian men decide to proceed to put their hands directly on women, especially videos that I've covered over 4 to 5 years ago, where a Asian beauty supply owner decided to put hands on a black woman, and inevitably that black woman lost her life after that interaction because he gave her a nice uppercut. Like I said, it's crazy. It's diabolical. It's like, let's all lives. Let's all lives this situation. It's weird. Diabolical work. Diabolical work. Tip was like, LOL, Cedric. I agree. Cops are gang members. A lot of them are bullies. Yep. Bars. Straight bars. What else we got directly down here? Or in the store. You were like, I'm talking about when you said what I was talking about when you said what you said about videos of Asians going after their women, and that is when I sent the comment. But I listed that in order to prove the point of what it is. Like I said, you're not going to sit up there and show me videos where a black man owns a beauty supply store and he's sitting up there beating on white women. He's uppercutting her while a child is there. He's locking the doors directly on an Asian woman because he feels that the Asian woman stole because the way that she sat up there and moved. A black man owns a nail salon. He's going to lock in both white and Asian women and start hitting them with brooms because they don't want to sit up there and pay, or they feel that they got shorted. Like I said, you don't have those videos. Those videos are not there because primarily you got Chinese and Koreans that have the nail salons and the beauty supplies directly in these black communities. So like I said exactly what I said, and I meant exactly what I said. No confusion there. Like I said, I'm not sure where the defense is basically coming from for other folks. A little bit weird. A little bit weird. D-Money was like, I frequent shops at hair stores. Says you stop being sexist. Yo, this man. Let me tell you something right now. Let me see. What was it? Bro. Like I said, for I don't know who specifically you are, and is that clear cut on the other side of the channel? Let me see. What is it? 417 right now? Yeah, that got to be on the other side. Because I'm like, no disrespect to folks. But I don't know folks about here to magically start randomly coming to live streams and this, that, and the third and saying a whole bunch of stuff. Like I say, I don't know folks. And a lot of times people come up with scams and all this other, like I say, I don't know folks. No disrespect, but please do not come directly to the section sitting up there trying to spam this, that, and the third. I've been seeing this for like since the internet. and people sitting up there using like different stories and whatnot or whatever. Please don't do that. Please do not do that. Just putting that directly about here. Because I'm like, for me, I find that to be some weird type of behavior. And that's just stuff that I've never done. And that is not ways that I sit up there and move on anybody's channel or anything of the sort. So like I said, yeah. Shout out to D-Money, thank you. Because I was about to sit up there and go there myself. I'm like, dog. I'm like, yo, I need people to sit up there and what's the name? Like, please do not do stuff like that. Please do not do that. Like I said, there's too many like scammers and stuff directly up out here. I don't got time for nothing. Don't got time for nothing. But we're gonna go directly. Oh, we're gonna continue directly on with this video.
This man right here have accused me of stealing. Accused me of stealing. No. You asked me to empty the contents of my bag, and I did. No. You have but you have the right to ask me, but you don't have the.
At that moment, I didn't feel safe. I didn't feel like the school actually cared about me in that moment because nobody came up to me after, not even the principal.
A Baltimore County high school student says he was detained by police all because of a bag of chips. It happened outside of Kenwood High School Monday afternoon when an AI gun detection system reportedly mistook the snack for a weapon. Fox 45's Rebecca Pryor joins us live from the school with his story. Rebecca.
Mary, this new AI technology implemented in Baltimore County just last year, it aims to detect guns before they can even enter a school. But tonight, the software company admitting they made a mistake.
It started as an ordinary evening outside of Kenwood High School following football practice. Takai Allen sitting with friends eating a snack.
Just had it like this.
When suddenly, armed officers came charging in the 16-year-old's direction. Guns drawn, demanding he get on the ground and handcuffing him.
Yeah, it was really aggressive at first.
What's running through your mind when they're approaching you?
It was mainly like, am I ready to die or like, are they ready to kill me? Because they were all pointing their guns at me and I'm not used to all those guns pointing at me.
According to Allen, police accused him of carrying a gun. But after...
Oh, snap. Somebody said, another troll said a black person stealing. That's unheard of. Oh my goodness. A white dude going after kids, that's unheard of. See how that works? See how that works? A white dude being the passport bro going to Thailand to sit up there and mess with people that are not the same age. That's unheard of. A white man leaving America going to Africa for sex tourism. That's unheard of. See how that works? See how that happens? Welcome to the channel.
Searching him, realized the only thing he was packing.
And then they said this looked like a gun.
Was an empty bag of chips.
And then they looked at the picture and they seen the Doritos. I want them to understand that it's actually scary having that many people coming up to you pointing guns at you. That's not a normal feeling.
Allen was told officers received the alert from the school's new AI gun detection system. Using pre-existing security cameras, OmniAlert software scans for potential threats and notifies authorities when a weapon is detected. In a statement, OmniAlert offering condolences, saying it regrets the incident. The company claiming the surveillance image, quote, closely resembled a gun being held, adding, while this event was later found to be a false positive, the process functioned as intended to prioritize safety and awareness through rapid human verification. In a letter sent home to parents, the school system echoing those remarks and claiming counseling is being offered to the students involved. But according to Allen, no one has reached out directly.
No, they didn't apologize. They just told me it was protocol. I was expecting at least like somebody to talk to me about it.
God forbid my grandson could be dead. Had he flinched, twitched, anything.
Allen's grandpa, Lamont Davis, saying he understands technology isn't always accurate, but he expected more from police and the school's principal.
He doesn't want to come outside unless somebody's out here to pick him up. I want her to reach out to him and go to his class and say, "Are you okay?"
I don't feel like going out there anymore because I feel like if I eat another bag of chips or like drink something, that they're gonna come again. It's gonna happen again.
With the color of your skin.
So we heard that, right? So again, for the white folks, shout out to Brandon B. World for the $2 dono. He said, dang, Skynet trying to take that boy out. Yeah. So like I said before to the white folks, let that be an example. Whatever they decide to test out directly on us. So when you look at videos of black folks sitting up there showing off these robotic dogs and all of this AI and stuff where they're placing it specifically in black communities, yep. You're going to watch it and sit idly by. You're going to laugh at it. You're going to share it with your friends. Be like, ha, 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 those blacks, they can never get anything right. We got to put everything in their communities just so that they can sit up there and live. Right. You're going to do all of that, not understanding that the Terminator is right around the corner. And that's what's going to be showing up directly in your communities. And you're not going to have no type of guns. You're not going to have no type of bullets to sit up there and fight against that. You're just going to be out of luck. So like I said, I want you to scoff it up. I want you to laugh it up, clink your wine glasses together, go directly to WhatsApp and whatnot or whatever, and keep laughing. Keep hee-haw and doing everything that you want to sit up there and do, because I know what's going to happen, because it's the same thing that happens every single time when they drop things directly into the black community in order to perfect it. They watch it, they train it, they study it, they make some tweaks, and then they sit up there and push it in everybody else's community. So like I said, keep clapping it up, because you're clapping and laughing for your own demise. And I love it. And I love it because I know there's nothing that you're going to be able to do about it. You're either going to lie down or you're just going to agree and lie down. Those are the only two choices that you got, because you're not about the life of sitting up there trying to, do anything else. You ain't about that life. So you're either going to lie down or you're going to agree and lie down. That's it. Y'all did the same thing during the pandemic. And I'm going to be sitting right here reporting and watching y'all do it right again. Whew, I love social media. I love social media. Like I said, it's a beautiful thing. It's a very, very beautiful thing. Now, going directly back to this video here, it's crazy how, again, you got these white companies coming through with this technology. And this is how I told people before that, yes, programming can be racist. The program automatically assumed, thought process wise, because of who created it, that number one, he's black. So he's automatically has a gun. He's violent. And then number two, they were like, oh yeah, that bag that he got, that's a gun. A Doritos bag is now a gun. So he moved from cell phones to dark colored cases to black men not even having anything in their hands to now a Doritos bag is a gun. This is crazy. It's wild. Because like I said, I gave y'all a video before where a black man had a cell phone in his hand and he was on the rooftop. He held his hands directly up and the police were telling him, hey, get on the ground, drop the phone, get on the ground, get on the ground. And he proceeded to just do that calmly, get directly on the ground. As soon as he had his hands putting him on the ground, they saw the cell phone. The cop was like, gun, gun, gun. And they just lit him up. And then the cop was like, yeah, he had a gun. I know he had a gun. It's like, it got to be around here somewhere. And this is all on body cam. It got to be around here somewhere. Again, didn't find it on the roof. Didn't find it anywhere on the ground around the roof because there were officers there. Nothing dropped. So because this black man in reality was in the imagination of this white cop, he automatically imagined a threat coming from this black man. He imagined his cell phone being a gun and automatically shot. That's just like the same video during a traffic stop where a black man was going to get into a vehicle and a cop was already there. And he proceeded to just back up and just pull out his service pistol and shoot. And both the woman getting out of the car and a black dude on the ground that got shot, they was like, yo, what are you doing? Why did you shoot him? And the white dude went frantic. He was like, I'm sorry. What are you sorry for? No, you're racist. You shot him because he was black and you wanted to sit up there and envision him having a gun, but you couldn't even make it that far. There was nothing in the video that was even reminiscent or even looked like the hope, wish, or the theory of a gun. There was no type of threat even coming from that black man. And you just step back. You were about 15 or 20 feet away from the man. Step back, pulling out your service pistol from the safety of that space. Bow. Tried to Alec Baldwin that man. But people want to sit up there and say that, racism doesn't exist. None of these things have to do with the color of your skin. It's not because you're black. Actually, the blacks are the most racist because they're the only ones focused on race. You are writing AI at this moment in time that automatically listed this young black boy who is 16, high schooler, as a perpetrator, as a criminal. And then the AI imagined that a Doritos bag was a gun and then got in contact with the racist cops who drew real guns out on this black teenager. And now he's living in fear. At 16, he was like, yo, I don't even want to go outside no more because I'm afraid they're going to sit up there and pull guns and kill me. But then y'all want to pull up to the scene and be like, oh yeah, you blacks, you always want to be victims. You blacks always want to be victims. This don't have nothing to do with race. So how many white folks did this happen to? How many stories do we have right now of white folks almost having their lives taken because AI lied and got in contact with the police and said that they had a gun? Tell me, give me a few hundred of those stories. I'll wait. Like I said, y'all don't got nothing. And this boy is traumatized. And then y'all will turn around and be like, that's bad that happened, but this happens to everybody. And then y'all want to try to minimize it by all lives in the situation. Like I said, this is why y'all are a joke. This is why America is falling down. Clear cut. This is why America is falling down, because of you. It's not because of nobody else. It's because of you. Like I said, we got trillions of dollars worth of debt. It's because of you. It's because of you. And only you. Can't blame it on nobody else. Nobody else. But let's continue.
Like drink something and they're gonna come again. It's gonna happen again.
With the color of your skin.
Y'all can't check the cameras and tell this lady that my son is not taking anything from her. Is she high or something? What is the problem here?
I have no idea. I was just called out here. That's all.
That's all. Yeah, I'm pulling the race car.
Pull the race car. Though.
Yeah, because we're black.
Does that get you anywhere? I don't care what color you are.
Oh, that's cool. Okay. There we go. You said AI done got several innocent white people arrested because it's flawed. Now, how many of those white people were 16 years old and almost had their life taken because the AI lied and said that they had a gun, which then went into reality and told cops, hey, this black man has a gun, who was a teenager, mind you. This black man has a gun. You need to respond appropriately with force. And now he got guns in his face by several officers. Any wrong twitch or move that he did, automatically he would have been done for at 16. And then they would have sat up there. And what do police normally do? We're not going to release the footage. We're not going to show what specifically happened. We're doing a peer review. We're going over them. Basically, what that's meaning is they're doctoring the footage. They're trying to find some ways to make some type of cuts in the footage. They're not going to give you the full footage. They're only going to give you the footage that will make you question, make you look at it as a 50-50, or they'll give you the footage that makes the officer look good. They'll never give you the full footage that tells you the whole thing. Just saying. And then later on, you were like, again, the AI is flawed. No, the AI is flawed. I didn't say just flawed. I said the AI is racist. But you went past that part, though, right? Because the AI envisioned a gun on him, and it was a Doritos bag. And then the AI got in contact with the racist cops, who then pulled up to the scene on a 16-year-old and decided to pull guns directly on him. So not only did the cops say that they basically did the right thing, the school was like, it's a part of protocol. The whole system is racist. So again, it's great that you can sit up there and bring up those stories of white people, but we're looking at the fact of how it is that black people get affected by this system. So you trying to, in a sense, all lives it, be like, it's not really as severe as you think. It's just a flawed system. You're minimizing what it is that is specifically going on and happening. But I get it. People ain't going to actually understand it. Y'all not actually going to sit up there and understand it at all. Just saying. Anyways, let's keep going.
You look guilty.
Guilty of what? She better go home.
Listen,
God, I'm just waiting.
This is like rape.
She's gonna hit me. I'm just waiting.
Nobody touching you. Go on. Why you going to
I'm waiting. Go ahead.
You need to go on. Now, will you tell these people to stop harassing me, please? Please.
Just put your stuff away.
Why are they harassing me, though?
That I have no idea.
Because we're black. I mean, what is it? It's a sky blue. And now they're calling the police? Really?
It is racist. We have to wait for the call to come.
No, they say. But you see, my son has nothing of hers, right?
Because he went back in the store, probably got it.
Shut up.
Go ahead, you can
Y'all
talk
look
to me
taller
any
enough
type of
around the
way.
damn store anyway.
Go ahead. You can play the race card
Fucking
because it has nothing to
bitch.
do with the color of your skin.
So let's go back to that, right?
Shut up.
Go ahead, you can
Y'all
talk
look
to me any
taller
type
enough
of
around the
way.
damn store anyway.
Go ahead. You can play the race card because
So notice how the white woman that's sitting up there with a white man in a truck, she's just sitting up there chilling, and she claims that the 15-year-old and the kid, he's going to say his age later on in the video. The kid is 15, so I want y'all to understand. One video, AI basically lied on a 16-year-old black teen. In this video, in reality, you have two white people. That white man is sitting right there on the phone in his truck, and the white woman is right there. She'd be like, "Hey, you're guilty, but it has nothing to do with your skin. It's not because of your race, but know that you're guilty." Guilty of what? Guilty of what? And then when the mom pointed out, like, so you do realize, talking to the Walmart person, he was like, you do realize that he don't have nothing of hers, right? You don't see nothing. She was like, yeah, he probably, went back in the store and just put it down somewhere. What are you talking about? This is why black people sit up and say that the worst place for black people to exist is in a white person's mind. This is basically showing you just that. But not only that. I also want to point directly to the fact of the white male who was a part of Walmart. That would be what people would consider a liberal. That would be one of the ones that the whites would want to consider the good whites, and how it is that his family was a part of saving the slaves and freeing them, and being on the front lines of BLM and voting for Obama and all this other type of stuff. Notice how that white dude, he was just like, all right, black people, just put your stuff directly into the car and just get out of here. And when the black woman was like, I don't know why she's, racially profiling, why she's even following and talking to us like this, he was like, yeah, I don't know either. And then that was it. He didn't tell them to shut up. He didn't tell them to move away. He didn't say that those white people were being problematic or weird. He didn't call out the racism. This is what I be talking about. But y'all always want to sit up there and say that, oh, blacks, don't sit up there and try to categorize all white people directly up out here. What am I supposed to do with this? What am I supposed to sit up and do with this? Because it's crazy how it is that when it deals with y'all, it's on an individual basis. But when it deals with mainstream media, your ideologies, your theories, how it is that you're indoctrinated within this society and your teaching, especially by the police and also by the medical professionals, it's crazy how y'all can sit up there and make this broad brush when it deals with black Americans. But then y'all want to sit up there and say that we're divisive and we're the problematic ones. Okay. All right. You got it.
it has nothing to do with the color of your skin. I ain't broken.
Obviously you are. I'm not going to steal a wallet from you.
Oh, snap. Yo, Timothy, what is up, my guy? You said she has a statistically good chance of being correct. And statistically speaking, there's a good chance that you touched your sister. There's a good chance. There's a good chance that your father went after you, or your grandfather, or your uncle. There's a good chance that you're going directly after your stepchild or stepsister at this moment in time. There's a good chance that you probably went after kids in your community. See how that worked? See how it's not nice to sit up there and try to bring up nonsense? Because when you go down a route, I don't think you meant to take that turn. Like, it's crazy how we can sit up there and use these stats and we can say the exact same thing. Now, notice the one thing. I love you, Tim. That's great. You said I'm triggered, but notice how you didn't disprove anything that I stated. Now, what's being disproved directly in this video about the black family not stealing is that the Walmart worker, and I've watched a lot of Walmart videos. I've seen the Walmart workers crash out. They grab baskets, knock over baskets, grab items. The white man that is the worker at that Walmart, he didn't proceed to do any of that. And you're not going to sit up there and tell me, well, he viewed them as a threat or as a danger. No, you got a white boy directly in a pickup. He probably got a gun directly on him. He got all the safety if he wanted to sit up there and reach out and touch somebody like AT&T, but he opted not to sit up there and do that, which then means that there was no type of footage, there was no type of evidence of any type of thievery or deceivery or deceiving going on at the moment in time. But, it'd be like that though. So for the white women directly out there, I want you to acknowledge that this is Timothy. He's more than likely white. He didn't say that he wasn't white. He wanted to use some type of stats to basically say that blacks are thieves. Cool, fine, no problem. But then when I levy the exact same argument when it deals with white men going after the family, going after kids, potentially, roofing women, using drugs at clubs in order to get to women. I covered a white couple. One was a dentist, the other one was a dentist assistant or a nurse, and how it is that they would use drugs in order to drug the women, white couple, mind you, affluent white couple, and they would bring the women back to the home where they would proceed to assault those women. Like, it's crazy to me how Timothy would never, talk about that, and he doesn't want to sit up to say, no, that doesn't happen. Well, he decided to say, he was like, yeah, those are all wives' tales. That doesn't exist. White men don't do that. Wow. So I guess white men don't go around, passport bros and go to Thailand or Bangkok. Let me repeat that one more time. Bangkok. I guess y'all don't go there, right? Y'all don't go to Cambodia. Y'all don't go to the Philippines. Y'all don't go to China. Y'all don't go to Japan. Right? Y'all ain't messing with the women. You messing with the little girls and the boys. You sit up there and also go over to Europe. You also go to South America. You also go to Africa. But like I said, you're right. You're right. You got it though. You said that it's only the blacks are the problem. The blacks are the problem, right? It's like you say, you got it. You got it, Tim. This is what I be sitting up there saying, well, white folks, y'all can't even make up anything that sticks. You said spread the black agenda. A black agenda. I'm just gonna pronounce it as agenda, right? And what would be the black agenda? Because I guess you're directly upon this and you know so much about the blacks. I'm a little bit confused. Like I said, I love trolls though. I know that you're white, Tim. You don't have to tell me. I don't know any black dude named Timothy Braden. What type of name is that, weirdo? That sounds like the name of a criminal in the white community. Timothy Braden was found to be accused of attacking police, attacking animals. You the type to cause a story where in the news they got to block out the eyes of the dog because they don't want to put the dog out there. And that's the craziest thing, white folks. Why when it deals with these stories, y'all blur out the eyes of the pet? Like, I'm a little y'all really think that these animals are way too human that you want to sit up there and cover the identity of the pet. That's some some crazy work. Crazy is diabolical. It's crazy. It is crazy. It is 100% crazy. 100%. I love it though. Like I said, shout out to Timothy. You standing 10 toes down. Like you was up there like, yeah, I'm white as AF. We know you are, Braden. It's that's crazy. That's some wild work. Diabolical in nature. Diabolical in nature. Like I said, there's too many stories that I've covered over the years. White men were sitting up there trapping bears with peanut butter and having their way with them. Why is that? Going after like roosters, alligators, basically lions, tigers, and bears. And kids, oh my, like it's crazy. It's diabolical. But like I said before, y'all never want to sit up there and count that as a problem. Y'all just overlook that. And then on top of that, the amount of white women that are going directly after school-age children, that's crazy to me. That's wild. Y'all don't want to talk about that either? How y'all white women are like, hey, you as white men are not enough. I got to sit up there and start going after the sons. I got to go after the 13-year-olds. Yeah, are you not ashamed? Are you not embarrassed? Like, what's going on here? That's wild to me. I'm like, y'all real silent. I have not seen white men talk about that. It's an epidemic. Every time I turn on the news, and go directly online, is always some white married woman going directly after a teenage boy. I'm like, yo, isn't there white men out here? Don't y'all exist? Aren't y'all here? Aren't y'all supposed to be man enough? Like, ain't y'all taking the testosterone? You know, y'all fixed the whole problem with ED and all the other type of stuff. Why are these white women still going after your sons instead of you? I'm a little bit confused. Why are they going after teenagers instead of grown men their age? I'm a little bit confused. And that's women from the ages of 20 all the way up to 50. I'm highly confused, Timothy. Let me know something. Educate me on something. Educate me on something, because you know all of these stats. You know all about the blacks. Why do your women love children and sleeping with children more than you as a man? That has to hurt. That has to stay somewhere within there. It has to. It just really has to hurt, right? Because they don't have to really sit up there and just be like, oh yeah, it's because you're small. It's like you can't really match up and be. They don't even have to go that far no more. They don't even have to, because like I said, there's a lot of surgeries that men can do now and sit up there and fix a lot of those problems. Even though, you know, those things still exist, you can't fix, you know, in a way, you know, how it is that you're born. It'd be like that, right? But they're not even going to that effect. They're like, hey, I'm just not going to deal with you no more. So it's like you got the feminist movement where women don't want to deal with you. And then you move on to the grown women who are teachers and married, white picket fence and kids. They're like, you know what? I'm not interested in my husband no more. Let me go after this 12-year-old. This 13, 14, 15, 16-year-old, he don't got no money. He can't do nothing for me. He can't build me a house. Well, maybe he can lay some pipe. That's crazy. That is wild. That's wild. Braden, talk to me, brother. Let me know something. Educate me on why that is. Matter of fact, for any other white guys in the background, let me know how that works. Let me know the effects, right? Without listing the blacks, because this has nothing to do with the blacks. You can't sit up there and say, well, it's because you slept with black guys. No. It you know, again, y'all got your whole fetish with watching interracial, you know, movies, right? Because you like to be the one sitting back in the chair watching your girlfriends and your wives getting plowed, you know, getting glazed by a black guy, right? That's another thing that y'all don't want to talk about either, but that's neither here nor there. That's neither here nor there, right? But let's go back to these stats, because you wanted to sit up and say that, you know, statistically speaking, white women are going to go for teenage boys before they sit up there and go for white men. Why is that? Why is that? Why is that? Braden, let me know something. Let me know something. You said it's a rap thing? I'm a little bit confused. What does rap have to do with this? What does that even mean? Let me know something. Like I said, Braden, let me know, buddy. I'm trying to understand, man to man. I'm trying to be there with you. I'm trying to have an understanding, right? Because we're not supposed to be divisive, right? Y'all say that I'm racist. And this is me as a man trying to come to an understanding on how it is that you feel about this situation emotionally. But you don't want to have that conversation. You ain't trying to open up, man. This is therapy time right now. This is a therapy session, brother. I'm trying to, you know, olive branch. I'm trying to be right there with you, sort of. Not really that close, maybe Andromeda levels of close, but I'm trying to be within the same space. I'm trying to understand you. Yo, that's some crazy work, man. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. Somebody said, why you let white people live rent free in your head? You sound sensitive. I mean, am I really sensitive? Do I really sound sensitive, or do I just sound energetic about the conversation, or am I just not entertaining? I think I just found, like, you know, I'm excited about the conversation. I'm entertained, right? The whole process is to entertain. This is content creation at its finest at this moment in time. I'm interacting. I'm giving people videos, putting stuff directly out there, but it seems like that just is not good enough. And then you went to the other step, which you were like, hey, and a few times y'all listen to this in the comment section, you're like, hey, says y'all, you seem really obsessed about whites. If you want to talk about obsession, why is it that white men or men of other races, the first question they tend to ask a lot of these women out here are, have you slept with a black man? I'll wait. Because there's a lot of women out there that have stated this online, and they'll be like, yo, that's weird that you would want to know that. Because it is weird. Why would you want to know? Oh, that's right. Because y'all got the old adage of if a white woman was with a black man, then she's ruined. That's right. And then on top of that, in your minds, you're thinking about all the things that black dude did to that white woman and what she also allowed that black man to do. So that ruins your whole fantasy and thought process because you're trying to figure out if you can match up with your theories. Because guess what? These movies from the hub and everything has messed up your mentality so much that you're automatically looking at these stars out here. You'll be like, yo, look at this. You see how these black guys look? I can't match up. This is ridiculous. Steam is sitting up there fuming directly from you, but yet you're turned on at the same time. It's like a conundrum. It's like you're just stuck. It's like you don't really know what to do. It's like, am I really angry about this, or am I actually turned on by watching this black man just rail this white woman here? I don't know where to go, but obviously I'm having a physical response, so I might as well go with the physical response, right? That's what y'all tend to do. That's what y'all tend to sit up there and do. Just saying. Like I say, these are conversations y'all be having in private that y'all don't actually want to be real enough to have out there in public. And the only reason we know about these conversations is because the women of your communities, the women that you specifically deal with, come out and publicly speak on these conversations because they find them to be weird. Because I've yet to sit up there and hear any white dudes come out online talking about like, yeah, women sitting up there asking me if I've ever slept with, like a black chick. Like, that's weird. Like, why would it matter? It's like, I can sleep with whoever it is that I want to. It's like, I don't know, where I stick with whatever I stick. I don't know why it would matter. Yeah, I don't see those conversations. But I do see the conversations with white men on podcasts having these, and how white women come to their own platforms, right? Their own spaces, and they speak openly about this, calling it out. I'm just saying. It's diabolical. And then on top of that, white folks, y'all some of the main swingers directly up out here. Another thing that y'all don't like to sit up there and talk about. And in a lot of instances, y'all be going directly to black men and young black men in order to have your swinging time. Like I said, for those swingers out there, ain't no hate directly. Do what you do, have fun, right? At least you honest about what it is that you do. My problem are the closeted swingers, the ones that are especially outwardly racist and act like they just don't like people, but then secretly you're sleeping with the same people that you don't like. That's where I have a problem. And y'all are the same ones that go directly to the hub, statistically speaking. And you watch a variety of different types of films. And when the hub released its stats on the types of films that you guys like to watch, color me surprised when it was swingers, when it was interracial, and other types of names that I can't really say here. Color me surprised. Just like the overwhelming majority of men that are on OF that have a subscription, color me surprised, are white. And another majority of them are also married. Color me surprised. But hey, let's keep talking about black men. Let's keep talking about the blacks. Just saying. Diabolical. 100% diabolical. Like I said, shout out to those white swingers though. Shout out to those white swimmers. Like I said, there's videos directly out there where, you know, we can clearly see y'all going directly after young black men, and letting it be known that y'all into them, and like I said, what was that one white woman in that video with the young black dude? She was like, yeah, this is my husband, and I just want several black brothers, if and and this will be the setup, and this is how we can do it, and yeah, he'll be there, like he can be there or not be there, and and watching all this other type of yeah. Like I said, y'all want to talk about that though. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Y'all don't want to talk about that. Like I said, that's crazy. That is diabolical. Diabolical. Man. Yo, I love it though. I love it. It's like I said, this is all fun for me. If Tim got offended, it ain't nothing I could do, man. You gotta talk to God, the one that don't exist for you. But or the one that abandoned you. Or maybe you're an atheist, so you don't believe in anything, but you believe in yourself, so you still believe in something. So within all in all, you better get mad at your creator, whoever that is. Like I said, I don't got nothing to do with it. I don't got nothing to do with this. It's all good though. It's all good. It's all good. It's all good. But let's go back to the video. Oh, it's only a little bit left, so.
That problem? Yeah. Would you like to? Yeah. You're offering? Maybe I would if you wasn't being such a idiot.
Go ahead.
Come on, son.
Go ahead. Go ahead. You can act like it's because you're black, but it's not. He knows he's guilty.
Bitch, bye.
You raised bad. You raised bad.
I was raised bad. Yeah.
Shut the f up. Dead ass. I am 15. Have to deal with this dumb. Come on, man. Hey, bro.
SC3710 North Carolina. Recorded.
Wow, she's
Take a photo.
The police.
Thank you.
It's crazy work.
Because we're black.
Does
My
that get you
husband is a white
anywhere?
Navy
I
veteran.
don't
We
care
don't
what
need
color
you.
you are. He looks guilty.
Oh, let me hit that real quick.
Yeah, what?
Listen.
Yeah, I'm pulling the race car.
Pull the race car.
Yeah, because we're black.
Does
My
that get you
husband is a white
anywhere?
Navy
I
veteran.
don't
We
care
don't
what
need
color
you.
you are. He looks guilty.
Oh, that's what a white woman said to a black family. She was like, I don't care what color you are, you just look guilty. Whew. White people, step up real quick. Let me know something. How would a white person out there in public in the white of days, in the lightest of nights, how is it possible for you to come up to the scene saying that you don't care about race or color, but you're looking at a black woman and her son sitting up there saying, just know that you're guilty. You're guilty of something. Whew, that sounds like what Timothy said where he was talking about those statistics. That's wild. But doesn't that also give me a little bit of legitimacy and validity to basically saying that white people are racist? I'm just saying, if we're going to have an even playing field, right? If you're going to say, Tim, that statistically speaking, that blacks are guilty or are criminals, then statistically speaking, and going by history and going by videos, white people are inherently racist. Wouldn't that be fair to say? What's good for the goose is good for the gander. I believe that it would be fair to basically go that route. And this is a black man talking to a white man. I think that would be fair to say, right? Just saying. Just saying. Hey, I mean, you're going with exactly what it is that I stated before. You only have so many avenues to basically go. I've listed all the avenues that y'all can pretty much go with this conversation. Call me racist, call me divisive, call me a victim, and all. Like I said, you only or the best one yet that you guys been doing 400 years running, using the N-word because y'all can't come up with anything else. So, like I said, you only have so many avenues to basically run. And you ran right into the avenue that I listed before, right? You said that I'm racist. So many other white people and many others before you said the exact same thing. What has that done so far? Nothing. Nothing. But when I point out racism, you say that I'm racist. That's a bit weird. So when I give you factual evidence of racism happening, right, type of discrimination happening, we're not going to look at that. We're going to turn a blind eye to any of that. Let's focus on the blacks. They're black. They have melanin. They're always focused on color because they are colored. They're racist. Everything with them is about race. Everything about them is about race. Crazy work. It's crazy work. It's diabolical. Like I said, y'all always want to talk about the good whites, but the moment in time that I point out the bad whites, the good whites never show up. Why is that? Why is that? Like I said, you had a black man that was preaching the word of God. And for whatever reason, this ungodly heathen creature to the side came up to the black man and decided to call him. The matter of fact, your comment is beautiful. You said nothing has to do with race. Let me go back to this video. I got you. Hold my beer.
Democrat in the pride LGBTQ community. So you support LGBTQ?
What?
Do you support LGBT? No, that's not what I asked you. Answer the question. Do you support LGBTQ?
Let me repeat that one more time. So again, this is a pastor preaching the word of God. And you have this ungodly, demonic heathen from the Caucasus deciding that she wanted to come up to this black man who was not minding her or giving her any attention, did not call for her. And she decided to say, what again? Let's repeat that.
A liberal, a Democrat in the pride LGBTQ community. So you support LGBTQ?
What?
Do you support LGBT? No, that's not what I asked you. Answer the question.
And she still didn't get no attention. That's weird. Why would a white woman who should not even be paying attention to a black dude at all, she should be minding her business because the conversation is between two men, a black man and a white man, having a conversation about religion and maybe politics. Why would she want to try to get the attention of this black man? That seems a little bit obsessive. That seems a little bit weird. Why couldn't she, as a white woman, mind her business? And it can sound as misogynistic as possible. She's a woman. She should stay in a woman's place. You should not be in a conversation where two men are basically speaking. It is not your business. It's not your business. But yet, this is where we are. But yet, Fubar was like, yo, you can look at somebody's face and tell that they're guilty or not. The color of their skin has nothing to do with it. You're so racist, you don't even know it. But like I said, this whole video I've been showing a lot of things specifically happening to black folks, but none of these good whites are really showing up to really say anything against it. And I know y'all sitting there directly in the background on your cell phones because overwhelmingly the people who happen to watch these live streams are watching them off of cell phones. The other percentage are watching them maybe from their televisions, also from tablets, also from TVs as well, and maybe a few off of a game system or a shared link somewhere on Facebook or WhatsApp. So I know the stats on who specifically is actually watching. And I also do have demographics as well. So again, I'm talking directly to out of the 123 people. I know that we got white people directly in the background. How is it that you guys are always so silent? Just saying. Why are you guys always so silent? That's a little bit weird, but y'all supposed to be the good ones. Y'all supposed to be the liberators. Y'all supposed to be the ones that looks at everybody's like, oh, we don't see color. It's not about the color of somebody's skin. It's about all this other type of stuff. Everybody's human, bro. We're all Christians. We're all this, we're all that. But obviously not, because this is one of your white elders. And I promise you, she's old enough where she sat up there and seen a few picnics back in the day. I'm pretty sure that she might have been there to burn a few black towns and cities. And to get some black men and young black boys killed, she's old enough. She's old enough to have been there. But y'all don't want to go that far. Y'all don't want to talk about that though, right? Because at this point, this is when y'all like to sit up there and say, oh, but historically speaking, you know, all that stuff with the towns and cities getting burned down, that was just so long ago. You're looking at walking racist history at this moment in time here in 2026. But yet y'all don't want to address that. That's crazy. That's diabolical. But let's rehash and continue with this video and see what the good whites will do in this video. Let's see what the good whites will do. Let's give them a shot. Let's give them a chance.
Do you support LGBTQ?
I don't know enough about it.
They do.
Huh?
I don't know enough about it. I believe
You don't know enough about it?
I believe it's chromosomes.
Do you support LGBTQ, the people that stole God's rainbow and made it their demonic symbolism for their community? Do you support them people? Or do you support that ideology?
Okay, I do.
I taught 30 years.
That's not godly. These are the things which defile a old woman.
Okay.
But to eat with unwashed hands does not defile a man. Okay. She just said the N-word, the hard.
Hold on. Let me come back to your comment. Buddy. I like that. Let me go back down here. Money Man. What is up? You said you're just generalizing the whole race based off the actions of one. I could easily do the same about hundreds of dictators that have violently ruined countless African countries. That would also mean that I would be, in order for me to care about that, I would have to be African. I'm Black American. Nothing but American. I know that's a little bit strange and odd for you to hear. That's beyond your understanding. That's beyond your wavelength. But yeah, Black American, always been here. So I'm just a little bit confused on why it is that your brains default back to Africa every single time. That's like my brain automatically defaulting to Europe. I mean, it should, but I'm giving you guys a shot because, right, y'all fought Britain and, you basically segregated yourselves from that. Y'all didn't want to deal with the kings and the queens and all that other type of stuff. So you founded a land, actually stole and taked and graped for it. And you decided to take out the aboriginals, the indigenous folks who are the original Americans. Right. And then because you took so many of them out, you were then able to take the throne, take the name of American. Because if you look up the terminology American, it was originally specifically afforded to those who are indigenous, copper colored people to these lands, which you are not of, which you are not copper colored. But again, because you went through the route of trying to do extermination and you took out so many that couldn't basically speak up or fight anymore, then we have you being listed as Americans. See how that works? It's crazy. It's diabolical. But you said that I'm only talking about one person, which is that white woman. And you are correct. I have no problem with admitting that somebody is correct. But now we're going to sit up there and continue and see what the good whites have to say about this situation. Right? We're going to give them a chance.
She's racist.
Okay, are you finished talking? Because I don't know my.
Do you agree that she's racist?
I don't know her.
Do you agree that
I don't know her. I'm talking to you.
The fruit of what she's representing.
Go like this. Go like this.
Sir.
2 ears, one mouth. 2 ears, one mouth. 2 ears, one mouth.
I know, but let's talk about her. The person you're protesting with.
Open this.
Why? Because it's nothing good about her, right?
No,
it's nothing good about her. She's a racist and she just exposed her racism. Now condemn that if you're a Christian. Where's the actions of you being a Christian?
Talk to you.
Say, you know what, ma'am, you need to repent from that. First John tells me I have an anointing from the Holy Spirit.
Notice how that white man and that white woman did everything possible to body block that racist white woman, and they did not speak out. And there's other white people there within earshot that heard that racism happen directly to that preacher, and they did not speak out. So going back to what I said earlier, you are correct. I was using one person to generalize. But then when we look at the whole scope of the direct video, there's tons of white people there listening to that black man preach, also heard the racism. But where were the white people, the good whites, the abolitionist whites, the good white bloodlines, the ones that see everybody as human beings? Where were they at to step in and to speak up for this black preacher speaking the word of God? This is why I say that y'all godless. Y'all don't got no creator. It's just an experiment that was placed here. Some wild work. An experiment going wrong, like the island of Dr. Monroe. Dr. Monroe was just experimenting on anything, just going crazy, just DNA here, DNA everywhere. You get DNA, everybody gets DNA. That's all that was happening. And this is how we end up coming up with the Appalachians and other places down south where white folks stay, and they got like the hills have eyes. Just saying. That's it. And y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all got certain places that y'all don't even want to sit up there and go because you know how it looks. Woo! Diabolical. Like I said, there was a great documentary that was done, right? Because white folks always want to start talking about the blacks, and they want to start saying a lot of things. I'm pretty sure when I mentioned this thing, when I mentioned the photo, such as the Whittakers, I'm pretty sure people know who it is that I'm referring to. And and talking directly about, right? So let's take a look at that. What does that say? Now, I need somebody white. I know we got some racists directly in the background. Y'all waiting to sit up there and say the N word, and y'all want to sit up there and spell it out, and y'all want to throw monkey emojis, banana emojis. You can do all of that. That's completely fine. My moderators or I will sit up there and pack you on up and clean you right up out of here. But before you do that, explain this to me, because I don't see nothing black about this situation. Explain this to me. Explain this to me real quick for all the white folks out there that got a disagreement, for all those out there that want to sit up there and defend when it deals with racism and all this other type of stuff. Y'all want to bring up per capita, y'all want to bring up stats. Explain this situation directly to me, because this ain't our history. This don't got nothing to do with black Americans. It's not the blacks. It's crazy. It's crazy. You can't say the blacks on this. You can't say per capita's on this. You can't say the stats on this. You can't say 1350 on this. So what you got? Oh, that's right. You ignore. You turn a blind eye. You act like it doesn't happen. That's another reason, like I said before, hills have eyes. Y'all make movies about the own monsters that you created, that you brought onto this planet. Crazy work. It's diabolical how this works. It's diabolical how this works. Like I said, y'all got so many problems directly in y'all communities that y'all need to clean up and pick up and look directly after. And y'all got just so much time on your hands to worry about the blacks. But yet y'all allow this to basically take place and happen. And like I said, everybody looks like a happy family. It's great. Happy family. Everybody is great. Somebody wanted to call me a moron. That's fine. But like I said, whenever I do these videos and these live streams, y'all never address the situation that we're talking about. Or it was like, what is this? Look it up. They got a documentary directly on the family. Look it up. Have fun with that too. Have immense fun with that one. It's like when people sat up there and told people about like 2 girls, 1 cup. It's basically, it's like that. It's like it's saying it without saying it. And then you let people basically walk in and find out exactly what it is. And then people are mortified and horrified by the information that they basically get. And I'm like, yeah, it'd be like that. It'd be like that. Oh, buddy. You said that this is a rare case? What do you think that the elites over there in Europe do? Huh? How do you think that they quote unquote keep their bloodline pure? Why do you think that the Queen of England and Charles, why do you think that they were so mad at Harry for getting married to Meghan Markle? A lot of them over there, they keep everything in the family. So I'm not sure why you think that this is a rare case. This is how the rich Caucasian elites keep their quote unquote bloodline pure. They may go a little bit further down the line so they don't have to worry about things medically when it deals with, people being born and deficient in certain areas. But this is how they keep their quote unquote bloodlines pure. But you don't want to talk about that, or you may not be educated on that, huh? That's crazy. You talking about this argument makes no sense. It makes all the sense, because then it goes right back into what I said before, where you got white men that, statistically speaking, because people love stats, are within the 70 percentile, right, to go after the children in the family. If we're going to talk about stats, 30, 50, blacks, a trillion blacks just sit up there and died in Chicago. Why aren't you talking about that? Right? Y'all like to sit up there and lose your mind to basically cause a spectacle and talk about stuff that you don't really care about, right? But in your communities and in surrounding communities, the men of your communities decide that you want to sit up there and go after the family and children. Statistically speaking, of course, just dealing solely with the numbers. And I've gone over those numbers from the FBI stats. So there's no 30-50 to that situation. There's no per capita to that situation. It is you. Directly, when I look at the white male teachers out there, it is you. When I look at the college professors and what they've done over the many decades, it is you. When I look at the videos of white men basically drugging women at clubs and roofies and all this other type of stuff and coming through with these drugs in types of ways in order to knock women out so they can have their way, it is you, and you. Who are the main women, right? If black men are problematic, who are the main men that white women always talk about that are problematic that they're totally against? They're not talking about black men. They're talking about you. You're the whole reason that they basically started the feminist movement. Because you said that they said that you weren't giving them their fair shake, their rights, and all this other type of stuff. They had a very unique problem and issue directly with you. It wasn't black men. We weren't even a part of the situation or the scenario or the numbers. Because we don't have the power to sit up there and stop white women from doing nothing. White women have more power than us. So I know they weren't talking about black men. They were talking about you. Just saying. Just saying. And then people want to be like, yo, there are bad apples of every race. We're not talking about all races. I'm being very specific. See how I can do that? And, you know, the way that I love to explain. Wait, hold on. You said you say half of the story and then expect us to believe what's coming out of your mouth. Anyone can sit here and cherry pick certain situations and try to make a narrative. Hold on, guys. Let me just peel back from the wood takers real quick. White takers, wood takers, whatever, right? Let's go back to this video. So did I not just sit up there and show a full, how long was this clip? It was about a minute and 25 seconds, a minute and clear cut minute and 25-second clip where we had a white woman be racist for no reason. And you're making it seem as though that I'm just spinning a narrative. This whole live stream where I've showcased 1, 2, 3, 4, I think 5 videos so far. I showed off five, maybe 6 videos so far. And I'm magically just spinning a narrative, stuff that just doesn't exist. I'm just making stuff up. It's all AI, Chat GPT, right? It's all of these AI things directly here. I got a quantum computer, so I could just make up realities as they go. I'm just pulling stuff from other universes, right? That's some crazy work. That's diabolical. I'm being very specific. Like I said, if I'm talking directly to white people, I can be direct. I'm not scared. I do not care. If I'm calling out white people, I will specifically say, like, yo, white people, I'm talking directly to you. That's the difference. That's the clear-cut difference. I'm not about to sit up here and be a bitch. That's the clear-cut difference. Because I got to sit up there and say it like that so I can be very direct. Because if you don't understand that I'm being direct, now I'm being very direct towards you. That's the difference between me and you. I'm not about to all lives matter this situation. If I got a problem with white folks, I got a problem with them. If I got a problem with Asians, if I got a problem with Latins, Jamaicans, Caribbeans, Mexicans, whoever it is, if I got a problem directly with them for a very specific reason, I have no problem putting them in the title and calling them directly out and putting them on the front and center of every single video. That is the clear-cut difference between me and you. I don't have time to sit up there and try to all lives matter a situation where I'm being very specific. That's being disrespectful to the intelligence of everybody else here. Just saying. And you went right back to square one, right? Not chronic. You went back to square one. It was like, so you're admitting all you live for. Let me go back because I'm reading from the comment section. She said, all you live for is hating white people. Who said that? See, that's your theory. That's why I sat up and said the most dangerous place for a black person to be is directly in your mind. Who here, at what point in time, I'm just trying to figure out for any white people here, right? Because I know y'all like to sit up and say a lot of stuff because y'all like to say that y'all honest. Y'all believe in truth and facts. At what point in time did I sit up there and say that I hate white people? Somebody. For the whites here, we got about 135 people. Let me know, white people in the background that like to sit by. At what point in time did I sit up there and say, SEIJIHITO, can't get my name right. SEIJIHITO hate you. Where did I say that? Let me know that. Because that's why that seems like a lot of projection. It seems like you're telling me how it is internally that you feel about yourself. You lack confidence. You lack knowledge of self. You lack love. You lack pride. So because of that, you want to project that onto me as if I'm saying that I hate you. I never said that. There's been a lot of times before I sat up there and told people, be proud of who it is that you are. It's crazy that I got to be somebody black saying this. If you're white, be proud to be white. What's wrong with that? You're Irish, Slovakian, Slavic, Viking, what from the Caucasus Mountains, whatever it is. Planet of the Apes, whatever it is. Be proud to be who it is that you are. Nobody's saying that you can't do that. But like I said, it's crazy that I, as a black man, I got to sit up there and say something like that. I got to affirm that for you. I got to make sure that you're secure in the way that you feel, because you can't even secure yourself. You can't even tuck yourself in with your own beliefs. That's crazy. That's diabolical. Like I said, I guess that's the power of black people. We're the only ones that's able to make, other people basically look and love themselves for who it is that they are, because they're inefficient in actually being able to do that, because they haven't properly been taught that, because they were abandoned. Crazy work. It's diabolical. It's crazy work. Like I said, magically, when you want to sit up there and talk about racism, and you want to point out the things that's happening to black Americans, automatically you're deemed to be racist. Automatically you're deemed to be hating whites. That's some crazy work. That is some diabolical work. But like I said, shout out to the comments. Shout out to all the trolls. Shout out to the silent white folks, quote unquote, the good ones in the background. Like I said, black people, these are the exact same ones that people like to say are allies. The ones that like to sit idly by, those are the exact same ones that are accessory, that are the long arm, the silent long arm, and the extension of the white supremacist system that is directly out here, that is known as the United States government. These are the exact same folks. It's crazy. Shout out to Mo. Shout out to Mo. So Mo said a disclaimer: this channel does not promote hate. Comments are the views of those. Hold on, let me just scroll back up. Comments are those, the views of those typing them. Any criticism of Caucasians from the Caucasus Mountains is for informative and entertainment value. And that's what I said earlier, directly in the live stream, because people were like, you're not even funny. I'm like, I think that I'm entertaining. I make myself laugh, just sitting up there saying, if you can't make yourself laugh, then, you got something else wrong. I don't know what to sit up there and tell you. If you can't find something within yourself that basically you find to be funny, you're weird. I don't know how else to sit up there and break that to you. You might want to go see a therapist. If you can't laugh at yourself, who can you laugh at? Right? But anyways, again, I don't even have to look at the aspect of other folks telling me that I'm not entertaining. I have other people that commonly come here directly to the live streams and the videos that view me as entertaining. So it's like you're just one in the drop of a bucket that don't really matter. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. Yo, Jago, what is up? What up? You said racism is expensive. It is. It is. Just saying. Let me see. What else that we got directly down here? You said you're Hispanic, and I definitely do agree with your statement. All right. Curb, you said that you have attributed a specific trait to black people specifically, and then put the imagined traits on a pedestal. Okay, so for Kirby, let's just talk about skin complexion, right? And you said I'm putting something on a pedestal. I'm going to show you the difference here, right? And this is not me putting it on a pedestal as a human being. This is the universe, the creator itself, putting it on a pedestal. I need you to let me understand, who burns up in the sun? Is it black people or is it white people? Let me know the answer. Let me know the answer. Let me know the answer real quick, because like I said before, this is not me as a human being basically saying this. This is not me. This is not me sitting up here saying it. Oh, we got another person. Hey, no problem. Hey, what's up? Ed Farms, shout out. You said your channel is about being racist, so own it. I mean, what was our racist? So this is my thing, right? Because everybody is supposed to be equal, right? And usually when people say things aren't equal, it's racist or inherently racist some type of way, right? So wouldn't you then say that it would be racist for a creator to give people lack thereof something that other races basically have? Wouldn't that be racist? I'm just trying to figure out something. I'm waiting for Kirby to also, reply back to what it is that I stated, about the whole thing of melanin. Let me know something real quick. Just trying to figure out. Very, very specific here. Somebody said we are all shades of brown. No, we are not. Well, matter of fact, let me pull back because I don't know who Apollo might have been applying to. I don't know who Apollo might have been applying to somebody else directly in the comment section. So let me pull back. Let me pull back. Let me pull back. Apollo said what? Oh no, so you were talking to me. You said every human being is a shade of brown. Who told you that? Who? Please don't make me bring up the video of white people sunburning in the sun. Let's not do that. I've been in 80 plus degree heat cutting grass in Detroit. We are not the same. Let's not sit up there and do that. I've never had sun blisters. I've never had skin melanoma. I've never had any type of skin. Let's not do this. Let's not do this. Like I said, everybody could potentially be human beings, but everybody's not made equal. Let's not sit up there and do that. Let's not do that. Let's not do that. And like I said, that's not being racist. I'm looking at how it is that everybody was created. Some people were made with deficiencies, correct? Like I said, the earth is what? A warm planet. A lot of people around here have melanin. And then oddly enough, you have a grouping directly out here, I ain't gonna say no names, Caucasus Mountains, that are deficient in melanin. So how am I supposed to sit up there and look at that? How am I supposed to look at the hold on, wait. You said we are not white or black. Okay, cool, no problem, right? Human beings. But that still doesn't take away from the fact that black people got more melanin than a lot of the folks directly about here. You can take that as sciencey as you want to sit up there and do it, because like I said before, I've pretty much been out there in the sun my whole life. I ain't never have to sit up there and worry about any type of cancer. That was never even on my mind, even since birth, even still to this day. So I'm like, I'm just a little bit confused. I never had to put on no SPF 15 or 25 or whatnot or whatever. I never had to put on fake melanin in order just to survive and be out there in the sun, which is natural, that gives life directly to everybody else. That's a little bit wild to me. Now it's a straw man. Now it's a straw man. That's wild. That's 100% wild. And so you said everybody has melanin, and I clearly said people lack. So what I'm saying is, when the creator was creating, the creator was like, we got you people, warm planet, we're going to give you some melanin. And then they looked to the side, they was like, yo, what is that? Like, did I put that here? No problem. Y'all ain't getting nothing. And he just kept it pushing. Like, in my mind, that's basically what happened. Some people were colored in, other people were not colored in. And again, that's not me being racist. Because again, I'm looking by science, and I'm also going by the stats, because I went over these stats before, on who is affected most by skin cancer. It ain't black people. It ain't black people. You said that's literally racist. You are denying moral equivalency on the basis of skin color. So no, what I'm basically trying to state is, due to the fact of those lacking the necessary melanin, within that you have a type of fear, right? Because medically speaking, when you lack melanin, you lack the proper protection for the sun. That then means what? You're going to also age faster. That also means that your lifespan is also shorter. That also means that you are going to grow older quicker. You're going to look younger as soon as you're born, but as soon as you hit a certain age, you're going to start aging very rapidly and very quick. And it doesn't help, especially when those same people are putting different types of foods and poisons and chemicals directly in the food in order to exacerbate that whole situation and problem. So along with that deterioration and also that fear that comes in with jealousy, because other people are not lacking in that, and you can clearly sit up there and see how that looks when it deals with aging. Hell, I'll even put it to you like this. I've seen black folks who are drug addicts, right? Stone cold drug addicts, and they still look youthful in appearance. And I've run directly into white drug addicts, and they look like they done seen Moses, Jesus, and Methuselah, and they done probably seen Enoch. Like, it's looking wild out here. Like I said, it's two different types of ages that go on directly about here. And that's not being racist. That's me looking at the perception, my two eyes, looking at the reality of which I am directly in. If you don't believe me, go to these zombie infested cities where white folks are literally hanging out in midair as if they're NPCs in GTA, and they're just drugged out. And they got strollers directly to the side of them. Go sit up there and look at that and tell me what's the ages of those people. Matter of fact, go on TikTok and look at white women specifically try to do the same age game that black women do. And white women are like, what age do you think that I am? I'm like, that's the wrong question to ask anybody. You don't want to know the truth. You don't want to know the answer. And craziest part is, in some of these instances, you've had white women that were like in the ranges of 24 to 28, but they look like they're in their 40s. Life comes at you fast. Life comes at you fast. Just saying. Just saying. Life comes at you fast. Like, it's crazy. It's crazy work. Let me see here. Money, you still here? What is up, man? What is up? You said, do you enjoy studying white people? You might as well start worshiping them with all the talking that you're doing. No, why would I need to worship white people? I'm a little bit confused. If anything, I worship the sun, because the sun also worships me. Like I said, that's the very unique thing dealing with the universe, when you can bask in the glory of the light of the sun, and the sun kisses you. You can bathe directly in the warmth without having to worry about the sun turning against you, because again, that's never happened to me. Now, a lot of other people out there can't say the same thing. They have to sit up there and use, medications or chemicals that go on white, but underneath a UV lens appear to be black, in order just to be out there, in order to bask. And even with that, it gives them limited protection. So like I said, we're not even talking about the same thing right now. Just saying. Oh, that's a good one. That's a good one. Shout out to you, Stumper. I love that. I talked about this subject 99 different, well, not 99 different times, but quite a few times. And I specifically made a video tailored directly to black men, and pointed out the fact that black men are 3 times more likely than their white counterparts to suffer from prostate cancer. So congratulations. You actually brought up a very great subject without being ridiculous. Kudos to you. This is from the fiber of my being. This is an honest clap directly for you, because unlike the rest of them directly out there, you actually brought up a topic that is actually meaningful, that can actually be dissected and looked directly at, right? And one of the main things that I brought up, because we're switching gears real quick, shout out again to Stumper. One of the main things that I brought up specifically with that is, you have the diet of red meat. That also is the causation directly of that. Also, the fact of a lot of black men may not go specifically out to those exams to get their prostate properly checked. I think, if I remember correctly, it was somewhere towards the tail end of the 30s, or at least like the early 40s, that doctors have stated that men should go out there and get an annual prostate checkup and exam. The other thing that I want to list along with that, with people not going out there and checking out their health, is that when it deals with the medical side of things, the medical world has not been so fair, especially in the United States. They have not been really so fair, when it deals with Black Americans, and how it is that, they give us the proper, education on certain things. They give us the proper medications. They give us the proper treatments. Because usually what happens is that when it deals with saving lives, the white medical side of things will make sure to, stave off certain things. They'll come up with certain types of cures or certain types of things to curve things so that the longevity and the lifespan of their people will be as long as possible. But when it deals with, let's say, specifically Black men, because we're talking about, prostate cancer and effects directly on that, and also the longevity of life, when it deals with Black men, they don't study it like that. Whenever it deals with Black people medically, they do a type of dissection. It's not, so much to really understand, it's just to experiment. Like I said, if you don't believe me, look at the experimentation that has happened to Black women medically within these United States by way of white doctors and colleges. How it is that they would perform all of these surgeries without any type of anesthetics. They would experiment on these Black women, not even put them to sleep, because they felt and believed within their white minds that medically, Black people can tolerate more pain than anybody else. Even right now, specifically talking about, in a sense, like organs and the body and whatnot. Did you know that there is a type of body farming that is going on over in Kenya, where people from all over the world are coming directly there in order to get, let's say, like kidneys, livers, and different things of that sort. And you got the Kenyans there, selling these things for like $1,000. And if you actually look at the numbers directly on the black market, it's way more than that. It's way, way more. I actually had the stats and the numbers directly up there at a moment in time. So, like I said, there's a multitude of reasons why it is that Black men are more prone to suffer and are 3 times more likely to die from prostate cancer when it deals with their white counterparts and many others directly out there. And medically, again, it has to do with racism. But when I say that and when I state it, people don't want to look in that direction. So, like I said, I just listed both sides. That's as even as I can sit up there and make it. Now, if I keep going a little bit deeper, it's going to get horribly uneven, and it's going to be very much looking bad. Just saying. But again, shout out to Stumper. That was by far out of this live stream, when it deals with other folks out there, that was a good comment right there. I like that. Beautiful work. Let me see what else we got. You said, yeah, in your black supremacist mind. I didn't even know what a black supremacist is, but all right. You said I'm ignoring your argument. No, I didn't pay you any attention because somebody actually brought up something that I could go directly into. Right? Did you notice the tone and how it is that I was directly speaking to that person versus how I was responding directly to you? It's 2 different things. Like I said, when somebody actually comes with common sense and they're not on no type of BS, it's like, oh, okay, no problem. We can sit up there and have that conversation. I can sit there and actually, do that. When it deals with a lot of you other folks directly about here, it's like, nah, you're just going to get a whole other side. It'd be like that though. But like I said, that's proof that I'm not really ignoring you. Apollo said the fact that you care so much about skin color shows that it shows your racism. I mean, I guess, like I said, y'all don't really have no other places to go. It's either y'all going to sit up there and throw banana monkey emojis directly in the comment section. Y'all going to use different types of slurs, right? You're going to sit up there and type those directly out, or you're going to say that I'm racist. Y'all don't really have anywhere to go. You're really, just held, to those areas. I mean, the other options that you got is to basically ignore and mind your business. And if you feel that I'm not very much directly talking to you, again, you wouldn't show up specifically in the comment section to try to have this back and forth. But like I said, when you have this back and forth, you're actually the one proving what it is that I said originally. So it'd be like that. It be like that. It be like that. Be like that. What else? You said the definition of racism is thinking that you're superior than other races. Now, I want to mind you, I didn't sit up and say that I was superior. I said that when people were created, the creator was like, "Hey, we're going to sit up there and sprinkle, some melanin directly all up over here." Then he looked directly to the side, and he decided not to sprinkle nothing. That's clearly what I said. That's that's clearly what I said. I'm pretty sure of that. And I also sat up there and stated that I myself have never had to ever think or be fearful directly of the sun. That's not me sitting up there stating that I'm superior. I'm stating that I don't have a fear of the sun like other people directly out here. I have the melanin. I have what it takes to basically bear and be directly out there with clearly no problems. I can bask and bathe directly in the love of the sun, and I'm good. And not only that, the sun basically proves that it loves me because my melanin also gets darker. The more and more that the sun shines directly on me, I get darker and darker. So yeah, it's like I said, I don't know. I don't know. What else we got? You said if it's a black dude talking about white people being jealous about black people, doesn't that just make you a black supremacist? This is my thing though. You're asking a question of which you already thought up the answer to. So I'm trying to figure out, are you stating this in the comment section because you want other people to validate your feelings and your sentiments, or is that just like a genuine question? I'm a little bit confused. For me, I'm going with the first thing that I stated, that you're looking for other people to validate what it is that you already think, because that's the whole reason for you to even ask this question. Like I said, for me, I asked, quite a few, and I do say ask because I like to cut shit down. For me, I specifically presented a question where I knew it was rhetorical. But still, I left it open for people to decide to answer if they wanted to do that directly in the comment section. Somebody said, "What in the wide world of bigotry do we have going on here? What are we? Oh, we're 3 hours directly into the comments and into doing this back and forth. So yeah, people are going to be lost." Yo, it's crazy. Yo, Devon, the craziest part when it deals with sickle cell, there was if somebody can correct me if I'm wrong. I swore I might have brought this up in the video, but there was a black woman that came up with a cure for sickle cell. It might not be readily or heavily known, but there is a cure out there for sickle cell, medically speaking, right? But yeah, like I said, a lot of things can be corrected, medically. The medical industry has a lot of different fixes, for a lot of things. Let me not say cure. They have a lot of fixes for a lot of things, right? A lot of fixes. Let me see. You said I sold something for years. It's all racist, 40 plus, smoking rocks, bro. You made 0 cents. I mean, I guess. I guess, like I said before, the craziest part is it's crazy how people basically say that either like I keep saying this every single live stream, right? You guys say that you're smarter, more intelligent, you have more of a well-rounded point of view and perspective on a lot of things, right? And then you turn around and say that I'm a racist, I'm divisive. And my main thing is like, why would you want to sit for about 30 to 45 minutes in a live stream and type into a comment section to get the attention of somebody that you say is negative, that you say is basically against your beliefs? If you are quote unquote, because I'm racist, right? If you are a non-racist, why would you want to sit here and try to have a conversation with me? If I'm divisive, why would you want to sit here and try to obtain my attention in order to have a conversation with me? It doesn't make sense. And I say 99 different times. If at any point in time that I knew that I was near or around or in, like just say like driving directly through trying to get gas, and it was a white town, and they specifically said like, yo, they don't like black people, they don't want black people around, I'm like, okay, no problem. Let me mosey on along to the next 2 or 3 towns where it's completely fine and dandy. I'm not about to debate. I'm not about to quote unquote stand my ground. I'm not about to do none of that. Those white folks have every single right to not want me in their neighborhoods or to be around them or to not even see a side of me. I don't have no problem with that. Nor am I going to sit up there and fight and debate with them. I'm going to acknowledge how it is in what it is that they stated. And for my own well-being and safety, I'm just going to sit up there and skedaddle and move right along. That's how easy that is. See how that works? But for whatever reason, y'all don't have that same mentality that I got. Y'all want to sit up here and make it seem like y'all taking some type of stand, that y'all trying to disprove something, that this is for the betterment of the people and all this other type of you're running a fool's errand. You already have your natural thought process about who it is that I am, how it is that I talk. So you should basically move on directly with that. But y'all don't want to do that, which leads me to think that you're looking for more, which is weird. Just saying. Just saying. You said that's all you talk about. Let me see. Somebody said fried hair. Dun dun dun. Somebody said it must be a bot. Yeah, that's crazy. Phil God, let me see wigs and hair. I'm trying to just go through the comments. You say he's literally making the ethno supremacist argument. Do you know what ethnocentrism is? Like I said, you got it. Who was that? Kirby? You like I said, you got it. Like I said, I'm not sure what you're really trying to look for right now. You already stated, just like the many others here, that I'm a racist. So you got it. So again, be secure directly within that and just move along. Like I said, y'all just looking for more attention. Y'all looking for more attention. What is it? Lizard Lord, you said, do I wear Nikes? Do I have a pair? Technically, I have old pair. They're about within like 10 years old. I got them probably about like circa 2016. I don't really sit up there and buy shoes. The last actual pair of newer shoes that I bought were shoes that I made. So realistically, in my shoe collection overall, I mean, I guess you could say it's a 50-50 in a sense. I got a work pair of shoes, right, that I had to sit up there and buy that are like no name brand. And then I have the 2 pairs of Nikes that I got within like the last, about like close to like 10 years. And then I have the 2 pairs of shoes. No, I'm sorry, 3 pairs of shoes that I've made. So, you can percentage that however it is that you want to percentage that. And then you said, do I live Jordans? You mean, do I like Jordans? Do I have Jordans? No, I've never had Jordans. Never at a point in time. I didn't want those because it was just too much going on with Jordans. Even still to this day, I don't wear Jordans. I'm fully against wearing Jordans because I value my life. Like I said, that's just me. Nothing against anybody else that want to go out there and buy them and wear them. Like I said, we're all different when it deals with viewpoints on spending habits and all that other type of stuff. No judgments towards anybody else. I'm just saying because of how it is that I was raised. No, I don't got that. I don't got no Jordans. I don't got that. Let me see. Jimmy said prostate cancer sucks. Yeah, it does. Yep. Yeah, that's Tippy says you saw the trailer about a movie about a woman of the Bible, all white woman. I mean, they do that every single year. Like I said, I can care less about it. It'll be the church folks that's going to go out there and see the movie and pour money directly into it. So I ain't worried about it. He said, I do believe all people are equal. I told him that he was getting close to ethnocentric argument, and then he proceeded to make, and you keep repeating the exact same thing. You keep repeating the exact same thing. Like I said, you come up with your assumption, or you come up with your, I'm not even going to say assumption, you come up with your answer from being here directly in a live stream. So move on directly with it. You repeating the exact same thing ain't doing nothing. Nike wear the name of ancient white goddess on your feet daily. I mean, I don't even wear those daily. Actually daily for like the last almost want to say several years, I've actually worn my own shoes, which aren't Nike. They aren't even any type of name brand. Like I said, that's why I wanted to make my own stuff so I can wear that has my own name attached to it. So yeah. So much for that one. But I get what you're saying. But again, let me see. What was it? You said, as a white woman, I spent my summers trying to get darker and have to get moles removed almost every year. My black friends living their best life, wrinkle free and skin free. I mean, that's all. That's all I'm sitting up here saying. Everybody is built different. White folks are pretty much meant more so for colder climates. Like I said, y'all perfect for that. Like cold climates, like this is why y'all can sit up there and climb like Mount Everest. Now it does get to a point where you get higher in elevation. You're now bombarded with those UV, rays. Like if we're dealing with the hole in the ozone layer and all that other stuff, the higher up you go, the more UVs that you basically, take directly in. So it's like you're getting inundated more than you would if you were just ground level, basking, at a beach or a pool party or whatever it is. But yeah, white folks are great when it deals with cold climates. Like y'all are number one. Like y'all got that solid. Like I said, can't nobody sit up there and take that away from y'all. Like I said, this y'all be climbing like Mount Everest, y'all be going to the North Pole, Antarctica. Like I said, y'all got that. Stock, lock, and barrel. Y'all 100% got that. Like I said, I ain't even trying to do that. Let me tell you something. I ain't trying to mess with no icebergs. I ain't trying to mess with no mountains. Higher elevation. Matter of fact, even with space, y'all got that. Y'all are built for it. Me, not so much. It would be a last resort. It would be a last resort. But like I said, even within giving that explanation, people are like, "Man, you're racist." You're spreading your racism. You're being divisive. You're spreading division all across America. Do you not understand the power that you have? You could be bringing people closer to God and making people see eye to eye as human beings. And this is what you decide to sit up there and talk about because this is the problem. Like the moment of time, like I said before, people can't even have a conversation directly about race and all of that other type of stuff because people get too freaked out. People get too scared. And, it's also a lot of reminders directly out there when it deals with the system that we currently in, specifically dealing with the United States of America and how it is that it has systematically treated Black Americans over time. But it's like, hey, we can't really talk about those things because y'all start getting antsy. It don't matter if it's Democrat or Republican. Y'all just start like acting crazy. Like y'all just lose all common sense. And I'm like, wow. But I'm like, and this is why history is going to repeat itself. This is why I keep saying 99 times, everything historically that has happened directly to Black Americans in this society, historically speaking, when it deals with the United States of America since its inception and before, it is going to happen to you inevitably. And it's nothing that you're going to be able to do about it. It's tough out here, but shout out to GRL. Well, I'm just going to say RK. Shout out to, RK for that comment. Shout out to RK for that comment. Let me see. Somebody said it sounds like race baiting, I guess. Let me see. Shauna says 61 people, but only 37 likes. Hit the like button. Versace. I mean, I don't. You saying that I want to wear white people's like fashion and clothes. BMW, Lamborghini, Mercedes. I don't got none of that. Versace, Chanel, Gucci. Yeah, I don't got none of that. You said, man, y'all got something really evil going on in the United States because no other country. So you're not even American. Is that what I'm hearing? I'm not trying to assume. I'm going by how it is that you presented your statement. You said that y'all got something, which means that us, which means that you are separate of us, which means that you are other. Because the craziest part is you may be correct where it's not race-based, right? Because it's different in other places, but it's more tribalistic and it's more religious-based. Color me surprised on that one. So it doesn't matter how it is that you want to move the conversation and you want to try, everybody everywhere else is less divided. They're not talking about, you're right, they're not talking about race because you got Christians versus Muslims. Christians, Catholics, and versus Muslims. Like you got all of these different religious sects because everybody thinks that they're right, that their God and their religion is the right, and everybody want to sit up there and bomb one another. But you're right. Everybody ain't, so much focused on race. It's really a United States thing because as I keep pointing out, historically speaking, this is the history that is here. It is woven directly into the fabric of this society. I don't understand why that's a hard concept for people to understand and walk with. Like it's crazy. Like it is clearly like it shows that, you know, what's being taught directly out here, like it's not really being taught. Right? You said there's body farming in the States, a lot of shady funeral homes and morgues. And I've covered those issues. Next, what else you got for me? I've covered the church. I've covered morgues. I've covered nurses and doctors. I've covered pediatricians, firefighters, EMS workers, people in the government, presidents, elites. Where are you really trying to sit up there and go to make it seem like these topics don't get touched on or covered? I'm a little bit confused. Like I said, this is how I know a lot of y'all are new here. Just a little bit confused. Just saying. Somebody said that I think that cancer is a racist thing. I didn't say that. I'm specifically talking about the medical treatments and how it is that people are looked at and deemed to be you're worth saving, other people are worth not. That's clearly what I was talking about. Right, where you got the medical mismanagement that has happened systematically within these United States. Like I said, it's very hard to have these conversations with people who are actually uneducated on these topics and they really haven't peered into a lot of this information because they want to just believe that it's hearsay. Oh no, it's not happening to the blacks. It's not real. The blacks always think that they're just victims and yada 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 and all this other type of stuff. It's crazy work. It's crazy work. And you know, the other craziest thing is, like I said before, it's a shame that I have to go back this route. I've done tons of videos for the white folks directly out here. I've done tons of videos to direct specifically to you guys, to speak to you guys, to let you know the signs and the warnings directly of different types of cancers that were happening, different types of ailments, to tell you about the different types of GMOs and bioengineered foods. Because like I said, I worked at Whole Foods. So I felt it was within my best interest to try to educate and tell people what it is that they're buying and all this other type of stuff, right? I even bought certain foods, directly from Walmart, like value fish and stuff, and basically did a video directly on that. I also did videos sitting up there talking about all the different factories, over like 100 factories that seemingly, were either blown up, disassembled, had some type of issue or problem. And I try to basically tell people like, hey, white people, you might want to pay attention to this. This is happening in a lot of your towns and cities. This is heavily going to affect you. And at the market, your bottom dollar, your bottom line is going to affect your family and all this. Like I said, it's crazy how over time I know that I can look back in my brain and I can point towards the videos that I've actually dedicated time. And I tried to basically speak common sense to a lot of folks out here, but y'all never look at those videos. Y'all make sure y'all will, egg out and stop on these videos and then y'all want to rah. But when I actually specifically give you videos on how the police is affecting your community, how the government is affecting your community, how these rich corporations are affecting your community, how the pharmaceutical companies are affecting your community. Whenever I give y'all videos tailored towards that, y'all never show up. Y'all never have nothing to say. Y'all ain't saying that I'm racist when I do those videos. Again, y'all magically don't see those videos. Y'all not trying to all lives matter in that comment section or on those videos. Like I said, y'all don't actually care what it is that happens to y'all. Even if like I said, I shouldn't even be doing videos and trying to educate y'all and trying to help y'all out on nothing. But that's what I decided to sit up there and do. Or at least I have done it. But like I said, it'd be like that though. Y'all got it. Y'all 100% got it. And then I think what somebody said, I was low IQ. That's cool. Whatever. You got that. I'll be that. Oh, you said I also don't possess the skills necessary to argue with you. You got it. You are the champion. You are the champion. Throwing insults and whatnot is not going to sit up there and help. I mean, I get kind of bored directly at that. It'd have been different if people were being like racist. Then I can get a little bit amped up and all that. Nah, it's not happening though. But it's all good. It's all good. It's all good. You said, bruh, download a phone app and debate people. This monologue changes zero minds. I'm not here to sit up there and change minds. That's what you don't get. I don't care about changing minds. Who told you? Shout out to Escanor from 7 Deadly Sins. Who told you that? SEIJIHITO was here to change my. Who told you that? Because I didn't. I didn't tell you that at all. Shan was like breaking out my trap card. Ooh. Wait, Jim was talking about what? Wait, who's the white man's guard dog? You said black people like white people security guards. You said yapping truth. You don't like it. Da da da. You said stop sticking up for white people. What are you talking about? You just sitting up here saying anything in these comment sections. Women's Adidas. Da da da. Dear some black people, please stop acting like you're white people's guard dogs. Thank you, a brown person. Jim, question. Where do you hail from specifically? Like when I say that I'm Black American, right? What specifically are you? Because I want to have this conversation. What was it? Third said you must have a 3D printer. That's crazy. Yo, I wish I did. Yo, that's one of the things I do want though. That's one of the things I do want. Jim, let me know who you are. You said that photo is the black dude, the old white woman's bodyguard. What? You said come to save her. What? Medusa head on me like the Illuminati. Yo, that's crazy. That's crazy. That's crazy. Let me see. I'm trying to super scroll directly through here to Madness 11. I'm waiting for Jim. I'm not sure if they might have packed him up. I don't think Jim is there. We'll come back to him. Will said, look, dude, the problem isn't with the establishment, it's the lack of positive black movement. What? What are you talking about? You know, the craziest part is there's a lot of positive black movements directly out there. The fact is that y'all just not privy to it because a lot of y'all got rotten TikTok brain, and you guys want to look at everything that's drama related and violent and quote unquote, as people like to say, divisive. What I notice is that a lot of people, when it deals with their algorithm and their timeline, it's not fine-tuned to look at positive news and or informations or videos about Black Americans, what it is positively that we're doing and how positively we're beneficial and affecting both inwardly our community and outwardly everybody else. That's the problem. So there's a flaw, because I know it to be true, because I'm all over social media. And I've done my different experiments to show people, even on TikTok, I show people, I'm like, yo, I made a Chinese TikTok account, and then I have the American TikTok account, and I show people what the difference is. And it was just a brand new account. And I show people what the difference is, what they give to people in China and what they give to people in the United States. So I know for a fact that your algorithm is not fine-tuned to specifically look at positive content dealing with Black Americans. I know it's not. Tania, what is up? What is up? You said, did you hear about the Crocs having dangerous chemicals in them and to avoid them to buying? Oh, yeah. You know, the craziest part is before they had the video of Crocs, I brought up a video specifically for women to tell women to stop wearing that spandex workout gear because it has forever chemicals. And those forever chemicals lead towards, like cancer. And when it deals with women, those products are so tight that they're automatically touching the very private areas of women, and also sweating in them and working out in them causes, like heat and sweat and all of those things. So over time, you'll sit up there and get that directly into the skin, and it'll cause a lot of problems. Women are very much, sensitive to these things, and more so specifically Black women, where it deals with not just different types of cancer, such as breast cancer or ovarian cancer, but you also have the I'm trying to think of the word. I want to say cyst, but that is not the fibroids. Black women are more than likely than their counterparts of white and many others to suffer directly from fibroids. And I also have another video specifically talking about how a lot of makeups are made in a lot of these factories, and how it is that women, and especially black women, don't know what is specifically in these makeups, but yet they're being put directly on black women. So that's the eyeliners, that's also the hair coloring that is going on. That's also the base directly to the makeup and all the other types of things, like the foundation. All I mean, the foundation is the base, but you know what it is I'm saying. And then not only that, I also want to potentially lean this over into nail polish as well too, right? Because remember, your nails are porous, right? And I mean, acrylics, that's a whole nother story. But you also got the nail polish and the nail paints that get placed directly on black women's fingers, and that can also seep in directly there, because women wear nail polish for like weeks on end. And there's all types of chemicals and things that get put directly on their fingers, and then that also goes into, specifically speaking, directly into black women's bodies, and that can lead towards different types of cancer, different types of defects and ailments, and also fibroids. So yeah, I got you. Trust me. Trust me. I know exactly what it is that you're talking about, because I've covered these type of things before. Like I said, I keep trying to sit up there and tell people I done covered all of all of these type of what's the names before, but a lot of people don't like to sit up there and pay attention. Like the naysayers that want to pull directly up to the scene and say this and say that. Like I said, people can be as formative as they want to sit up there and be, but realistically, all people want to do is just disagree. That's why you had the one dude basically saying this, that, and the third. Okay, Jim, you said that you are from the UK. Did I actually? Let me see. Did I highlight you? Yeah. Okay. You said wait. You said you. So wait. You said both you're Indian and so you're Southeast Asian, basically, right? Is that what I'm understanding? Because the main thing that I've also talked about as well, again, for whatever reason, folks from the UK always got something to say about Black Americans. Fine, no problem. Again, thank you for being honest. Let me know that you're directly from the United Kingdom and you're basically Southeast Asian, if that is correct, right? You know, uh, you said right heritage. You said I love Black Americans. Black British people suck. You also said Black Americans are cool. You also said possibly the coolest on earth. Then you also said that, anyways, I know you suffer racism in America. I respect your views. Oh, okay. Let me tell you, I was all right. We're gonna have a nice, cool, calm conversation. You're gonna sit up there and have this dialogue. We're gonna have a breakdown, about what it is that you feel and think. Obviously, we don't even have to go that far. All right. That was the end of the road right there. All right. Shout out to Jim. Shout out to Jim and all your folks directly about there. Like I said, we don't got no problems. We don't got no problems. You will be monitored, but we don't got no problems, Jim. As soon as I think about Jim, I'm thinking about Star Trek. But shout out to Tania for the $2 dono directly to the channel. Said love your channel family. Much love, respect, and appreciation. Much love, respect, and appreciation. What is it? Cameron, what is up? What is up? You said, yes, sir. Again, as a retired nurse, I applaud what you're putting out there. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Like I said, I told people before, like, yo, you put information out there that anybody can take directly from. But I do make it specific. So, if I'm talking about stuff that is, because I got Black women directly in my life, right? I got, women in my family and everything else like that. And I know that Black women suffer more than others directly out there when it deals with fibroids, right? And then you also have an understanding that, hey, certain things, certain chemicals, and certain things can basically lead to fibroids, the creation of, and then being persistent. And then I also know Black women who have pretty much gotten rid of fibroids, right? Don't have to sit up there and worry about that at all. So, like I said, that's why I list and, talk about a lot of these things, because people can take stuff directly from it, but like I said, I'm too racist though. I'm too racist. Like I said, you can't tell nobody that. You can't tell nobody that, right? But now, do we do this video? So this is a video this is gonna be a solo video that I will put directly out. So actually, Jim, I think weren't you the one that was sitting up there saying that that you thought that the pastor was the protector of white people, right? Let me see. I want to make sure, because I got a video for you. I got a video. I'm trying to roll up just to sit up there and make sure. Let me see. Okay, yeah, okay. So yeah, you were the one that wrote it earlier. So right. So within what you stated earlier, where you was like, yo, black people, stop being like a guard dog for white people. I got you. So Jim, I got you. Right. You said yep, seen pictures of those. I got this video is going to match up specifically with what it is that you basically listed. I'm not even going to spoil it directly for people because I was awesomely disgusted by this video. And I think that other people will be disgusted as well. And this is the reason why I've tried to do as many videos as possible in order to send and place warnings directly out there about stuff happening, right? Especially when it's been obvious and people are putting everybody else on notice, right? So pay very close attention.
Can you repeat yourself?
Y'all not hearing this? Y'all worried about food, and this man is looking at little girls. What are you sitting here for? What am I doing wrong? Am I saying anything wrong? I'm not calming down. It's gonna happen after me. And again, and again, and again. Megan did this already. Nothing happened. Megan did this already. She blurted out in front of everybody. This has happened before. Excuse me, Lord. Hey, this has happened. Somebody done blurted out, hey, this man been doing this in the back. Guess what? She got fired. Nothing happened. I swear to God. No, she got fired, fam. Stop playing with me, Mike. If you keep doing that, Mike, I'm going to make assault is nothing. That's a misdemeanor. That's 90 days in the county. That's an $800 bond, my nigga. Stop playing with me, fam. Do you want your team? Do you want your job? Stop playing with me, fam. What's wrong with you? Trying to say it every day. You don't do like no criminal. You can see you in the same rock every day, fam. As soon as this over with, you gonna forget. You gonna try the same charges every day. Not knowing who you talking to. I got little girls. Ain't no man sitting here pressurizing a little girl. I'm not gonna accept that. You're not gonna tell me what to do, and you not neither. Hey, bro. LB, are you still gonna be here? Are you still gonna be here? It's disrespect on my end. It's disrespect on my end. Please stay away from me. You with that? You doing this for money? You with that? Anybody still work here? After they know what these girls you went to and what they said, you with me. That is wrong. That's not right, LB. That's not right. I don't care. I'm telling you what's right. Do you want to see the text message? Would that make you walk out the door with me? Would that make you walk out the door with me? You walk out with me? And you see the text messages and listen, that's because of you? Hello? Hey, excuse me. Hey, I see a gold Chevy. Hey, you got big bro. I'm in front of a lot of people too. I need to make sure that if this Chevy not gone in an hour, we finna run this. Hey, it's a white boy with glass. Hey, someone on the phone for real, right? Hey, if he not gone in an hour, I need this flip. And that's on my mom. Hey, take your phone. You got 5, 4, 3, 2. Fuck away. So all you gonna do is scream and tell them all. Man, get the away from me. What's wrong with y'all? We in Pasadena, the laws don't come quick. I know where I'm at, I know what I'm doing. Huh? Bro, you know I know what's going on. I know what I'm doing. It's raining outside, they can't see me. I'm finna come right, hey, I'm serious.
So just in case, so that worked directly for Jim's comment, right? So let me put this directly into perspective, right? Let me just go right back so I can get everybody who's a part of the conversation in the video, right? So you got 3 men here. The younger man that got the cornrows, the braids, right? He's the one that's basically up in arms and he's defending. He's the most sane person in the situation. And it's crazy how the world can make a sane person look crazy, seem insane. It was allegedly stated that the guy in the blue was basically spying on a little girl or watching, like being very creepy. And the younger black dude, he was pointing that out. He was like, yo, I got daughters. And he was like, yo, ain't no man out here about to be sitting up here terrorizing, my daughters or some little girls directly about here. This is why he was up in arms. And he was really about that because you saw him sweating. When usually you see somebody talking and sweating, it's only a few steps away from somebody about to sit up there and start swinging. So going back to Jim's comments, what were we able to sit up there and see? We saw the older black male manager. He was consistently in the way. Like I said before, and I said in the video, if this young black dude wanted to get directly to that white dude, he would have knocked straight through that older black dude. It would have been no problem. That dude would have had a broken hip and a fractured kneecap or something. Like, it wouldn't have been worth it for him. But like I said before, he was trying to gauge his own temperament. Right. He was trying to do a balancing act. That's what the young man was sitting up there doing. He was trying to balance, because that's what black men have to sit up there and do. Because too many times we can see something happening and we want to act a certain type of way, but we can't really afford to sit up there and do that because it'll play badly for us. Even if we mean well, it'll play badly for us. Even if this young black dude was sitting up there like, hey, you was doing X, Y, and Z and all this other type of stuff, who are the police going to come there and arrest after everything is said and done? They're going to come directly for him. Oh, you assaulted this person. You went after this person. You made threats and all this. They're going to come directly for him. But like I said, he calculated everything. He was like, what? So what? I'm going to get an assault charge for basically coming directly after you? Don't sit up there and play with me. You sitting up here saying I'm going to sit up there and have like a little 30 or whatever day stint directly in jail. That's nothing. This is like, he was letting him know. He was like, yo, I was counting. He's like, yo, don't sit up there and threaten me with a good time. That's basically what he told him. But you persistently sat up there and seen in camera view to the left, the older black man. And what did the younger black man sit up there and say to the older black man? The younger black man, he was like, yo, so after I done basically told you everything that's happening directly with him, you still going to be working here? The black man was like, yes. You still going to be here to get this check? The black man said, yes. This is what I be talking about. So when I sit up there and say that you don't have enough adults, or there aren't any adults to sit up there and specifically speak up or defend children, this is exactly what I'm talking about. Not only just that, people, not only just that, you also have all of the other folks. Let me go to somebody sitting directly down, because you have people directly to, let me see if I can rewind it real quick. Right. So we got the full zoom out. Right. So you got people in line. Right. You got people to the right and people to the left. And then you also got the woman basically filming. I didn't see the woman, decide to film herself walking out of that establishment once finding out the information. All she specifically asked of the younger black dude was like, oh, could you speak? Could you repeat what it is that you just shut up? Just shut up. You're an accessory to everything that's happening there. You don't really sit up there and care. You're just looking specifically for a viral moment. You don't care nothing about that what allegedly is happening, in this situation involving this dude and young girls. You don't care nothing about that. You just looking for a viral moment. You could have sat up there and had somebody else's phone calling the police, calling CPS, doing a variety of things. That's not what you wanted to sit up there and do. This is how society looks. Now, again, minus the fact that the building is, the seats are basically empty. What I want y'all to pay attention to is all of the people directly in the back. How it is that everybody can hear the conversation. They're put on notice on everything that is specifically happening, and how that worker is still there, and how none of those grown adults, some of which are with their families at this moment in time in this Lubby's establishment, how it is that they didn't decide to be disgusted, ask for a refund, or basically just walk up and leave. This is why things are able to happen in society directly to kids, because y'all don't care. Now I want to sit up there and see if somebody in the comment section is going to sit up and say that I'm racist, to say that I'm going overboard, to say that I shouldn't sit up there and look at this video and blame a few people and try to, make a broad sweep on the many directly out here. I want to see those same people pull up here. Say that I'm racist because this is what appears to be a white man that's being pinned and blamed. Say that I'm making this about race. Say I'm being divisive. Bring up all the stuff that y'all wanted to sit up there and speak on earlier. Y'all wanted to sit up there and say against me earlier. Say all of that right now. Where y'all at? Don't all pull up at once. Don't all pull up at once. Where are all of y'all at? Oh, Jim, you talking about the video? Yeah. You like I said, you can screenshot record whatever it is. Like I said, I'll have a single formatted video, and whatnot, upload it a little bit later. But yeah, like I said, you can probably just rewind. It was probably about what? It's more than a 2-minute video because I got another video where it deals with the worker that was fired. So remember how the younger black dude said that somebody was fired for pointing out this exact same thing. So before I continue, let me also highlight this, right? Notice how the women here, and these are female workers, this is being stated about a man. Notice how the one worker to the left, she was starting to call the police. She was like, I'm calling the police. And then you had the other workers. Look at that. She's on her iPhone basically talking to the dude, calling the police. And he was like, yo, you got until the count of 4 to get off your phone. She got off that phone though. Like I said, this is why I sat up there and said before, like the old adage that people like to say, behind every strong man is a woman, behind every man that wants to sit up there, allegedly, behind every man that wants to sit up there and go after kids is a woman. Because somebody has to explain to me why none of these women decided to quit their job and basically leave. Somebody has to explain to me why these women aren't disgusted, why it is that they're still working, they're still completing their shift, why it is that they're not calling corporate. I'm just saying. That's all I'm sitting up there saying. Like I said, whenever I do solo videos like this and I showcase information like this, nobody shows up. All of the rah that we got earlier within the last, the main 3 hours, yeah, those people ain't nowhere to be seen. They ain't showing up. They're not trying to pull up with their bot accounts, their extra accounts, account number 9,999 of Google, of YouTube. They ain't trying to sit up there and do that. Because now you don't really got that argument. You can't, you're divisive, you're racist, you're this. It's about the kids now. Now what? Now what we on? What type of time we on now? Now what we talking about? Like I said, this is what I be talking about. This is exactly what I be talking about right here. Like I said, chat moving real slow right now because all of those people they don't got nothing to say. We got about 103 people here. 103 people. And like I said, I'm not talking to the normal folks that I've always talked to here. I ain't talking to the mods. I'm talking to all the other newcomers and the randoms that was able to even get a slice of this video and get an understanding of what it is that I'm referring to and talking about. I'm just trying to figure out what's really happening. Where's the protection for the kids? Where's all of that caring that people like to sit up there and talk about? Where's all of that humanity that people want to talk about? Where's all of those good people? Because I don't see them in this video, and there's more than enough people there to do the right thing. Don't sit up there and see it. Like I said, when it deals with stuff happening to the kids, y'all just exit out. Y'all magically don't see it. But like I said, you got too many people there that could have basically did something about the situation. And like I said, you got this other dude stepping in right there, looking at the black dude. I'm like, dog, what you about to do? Y'all all sitting up here, like I said, all of these people directly in on it. This is what I be talking about. All of y'all are accessories, and all of y'all agree with what it is that dude is basically into. This is why this whole thing is problematic. All of them are defending one dude who's being accused, quote unquote, of watching, quote unquote, being creepy towards a little girl or little girls. But like I said, hey, we'll just sit up there and go directly to the next clip that we got, directly up here.
It's raining outside. They can't see me. I'm finna come right. Hey, I'm seeing.
We're reporting live where the SAPD is on their way. We have an employee of 10 years. She's about to share her story. She witnessed a manager named Donald sexually inappropriately touching a child. Hi, my name's Apollonia. I've been with the company for 10 years. They recently fired me for being a whistleblower. I told somebody and told somebody and told somebody, and I kept telling people, and now I need to tell SAPD that there's a manager sexually inappropriately touching minors, and the mother's allowing it so she can get full-time hours, and the sister's allowing it so she can get full-time hours. I mean, basically, somebody needs to call CPS because they're pimping this little girl out. And the owners know about it. The district area manager knows about it. The GM knows about it. And tell me, why is that man's vehicle still parked here? I believe we call them sex offenders. Are they all sex offenders? If you see something, say something. When it comes to a child, it's not funny. She's only 16 years old. She's not old enough to consent to any sexual contact by anybody. Again, I'm not a rat. I'm a whistleblower. And when it comes to children, I do not down. I will call the police, and they are on their way as we speak to Luby's on Roosevelt. Back to you, Ken 5, KSAT 12, Fox News. Thank you so much.
So this is when she's still basically there, and you can clearly see that the police came up there, probably didn't do nothing. They just came up there, had a conversation, that was it.
All right, we're here at Luby's, and so are the cops. And I'm telling somebody, and they better call CPS and tell somebody to tell somebody. Better get done. And let me tell you, if this has happened to you before, if you're a child and this manager or a manager sexually inappropriately touched you and made you feel like you're gonna lose your hours or you're gonna lose time or you can get more benefits, you need to report it. You need to report it as soon as possible.
Yep. So those are both of the videos. Like I said before, crickets. All of the energy that people had earlier and the many accounts that they wanted to pop directly up with and how it is that they wanted to say that was divisive and all this. I guess, where's all of that talk now? Where is all of that energy? Magically, all of those people disappeared. We were at, 100 or something. Now we're down to about a good 83. Yeah, to be expected. Like I said, everybody's all talk and they ain't really about doing nothing. They're not really about sitting up there calling stuff directly out and, making sure it doesn't happen. This is why it's allowed. This is why, going back to the files that were released, this is why that stuff is able to happen, because the greater majority does not care. They never did care. So this is why a lot of those kids and many more kids, past, present, and future, are going to continue to suffer because adults enable and allow it to happen. It'd be like that, though. It'd be like that. So now we're going to go to the next video. Let me see. Did I put? Oh, yeah, I actually did put all those together. Okay. So I can actually take that down. So let's go to another video here.
Scan the items, but I scanned them. Record? Yeah, I'm going to record because I'm going to sue the company because you don't even know what people do for a living. They saying that they watching us and we didn't scan this and I done scanned it. Say it, come back. No, I don't want to have a good day. Say what you have to say. Say what I was stealing the items is what you were saying, right? Now you saying have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day. Have a good day and I'm good to go. No. Why? Because you were saying that I was stealing the stuff, right?
I can't give you his personal name.
And what's your name?
My name's Jessica.
But you can't give me his personal name.
Nope, I cannot. He's asset protection, so his job is the security of our store.
His job is to secure your store, but right here and tells me that I didn't pay
so
for my items.
It's not personal. He does it to everybody, unfortunately. I'm sorry. It's Christmas time. There's a lot going on.
But just to me, right?
Oh no, not to you at all
Just
today.
to me, though,
Nope,
right?
it's happened several times.
But just to me, and he came and said, make sure I scan this, and then the woman right there said, make sure I scan this as well, right?
Okay, I'm really sorry. Are you recording me?
Yes, I
am.
am.
Okay, I'm gonna have to ask you to leave.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, have a great day.
Yep. This is my item. Thank you.
No, we're not gonna sell you these.
Oh, we already bought them.
Paid for it.
Oh, did you just try to snatch my item?
You guys are good to go. Right, I know. Have a good day. Thank you. Happy holidays. You guys can call corporate's number.
Everything that was in the cart, I scanned it. And after I scanned it, it was on the machine right here, and it said $455 total. And after I scanned it, these are the items that I was going to buy as well. But when I was going to buy these items, he kept walking to this woman right here, telling her to make sure we scanned the items. He whispered in her ear, and now he walking away. And after he seen that I had the item scanned, he's telling me that I'm good to go. And he walking away. He don't want to show his face anymore. The woman is standing right there, and they smiling like it's cool. We had 2 carts. It's Christmas, and we have a pocket full of money. We have money. We have money. We have money. Let's go.
So again, you have the profiling that takes place, and that happens. And you were able to hear how it is that both the security guard and the worker were basically saying that the black women were basically stealing. But they showed you proof where the items added directly up to the 400 plus something dollars of what it is that she rang directly up, but they're trying to make it seem like she was stealing something. That's a little bit weird. And you claim that she was stealing, but yet you didn't have no proof. You came over there and checked, and you still didn't have no proof. And then you want to try to wash it away and sit up there and say, oh, well, you know, it doesn't have anything to do with race because, you know, he does this to everybody. No, he doesn't. No, he doesn't. There were tons of white people walking, you know, to and from and around that area. He wasn't basically looking around and trying to slink around like Solid Snake through the clothes section and through, you know, the laundry detergent aisle to sit up there and see if white folks and everybody else is stealing. He specifically went to the cash register. He went to one person out of the hundreds that are directly in that Target at that time, especially if it's Christmas time, hundreds of people that are directly there. You specifically went to them. And while you're focusing on them, somebody in the children's section who ain't her is sitting up there actually stealing clothes. But, you know, have them tell it. Have them sit up there and tell it. And this is why I sit up there and say when it deals with stuff like this, folks need to start returning it. Black people, y'all need to start returning y'all stuff. Just start returning those items. Start returning those items. Because like I said, the moment of time that you start pulling money directly out, and I'm talking about in droves, the moment of time that you start pulling money directly out, that's the only time that they listen. People learned this back during the pandemic, but, you know, people didn't stay directly with it. So Target and everybody else was still doing half off sales and all this other type of stuff because they knew that it was only a matter of time before people were going to come right back to those places. And the other reason why they do these things is because they make certain types of deserts. I did a video not too long ago talking about food deserts where you have places like, you know, not major markets, but you had your mom and pop, you know, markets and maybe some mid-tier type of markets that are local that closed up shop that, you know, let's say like a Walmart or a Target or something basically bought out. And they'll Target or whoever will decide to broaden their reach and pretty much they'll turn it into a food desert. So if anything basically happens to Kmart, I'm sorry, we're not doing Kmart. Are we doing Kmart again? I'm sorry, yeah, because Kmart is gone. If we're dealing with Walmart or if we're dealing with a Target and they have to pack up and leave because, oh, you know, we're not making a lot of money, the stockholders, all this other type of stuff. Once they pick up and leave, that area is going to be a food desert. Those people who depended on that Walmart or that Target, now they have to go out of town in order to go shop and you know, and go whatnot, or whatever. And again, that's going to cause a whole other host of problems. But again, try to inform and tell people about a lot of this stuff. You know, folks don't want to listen. So it's nothing that I can do. So somebody said just buy your stuff and get out the store. Did you not realize? Like, hold on. The crazy part is seeing two people pull directly up right after we get done with the previous video in that previous conversation. It's funny how that works. Magically, we got boisterous people that want to pull up to the scene, and now they got something to say. But when we had that whole other video up there, it was mum. It was silent. As people would sit up there and say, you can hear a mouse piss on cotton. Diabolical nature. Diabolical nature. But, it'd be like that. People only care about this stuff when they can sit up there and look at black folks and be like, yes, the fatigue. Crazy work. Crazy work. Diabolical. It's a shame. But like I said, this is exactly why we got the problems that we got in these United States. It'd be like that. But let's continue.
This is the only items you have?
Yeah, from this store.
You sure? Nothing in.
Yeah, I'm very sure.
Okay. All right.
Who the fuck said that? This is the second time y'all did that and I didn't do this.
Ma'am, the call came from inside. Okay.
Yeah, I'm going inside.
Okay. Well, you're more than welcome to talk to the manager. Yeah.
Put it in the cart because that's where it was.
No, you hold it.
No, put it back in the cart. That's where I had it.
Okay, then.
I'm not going to lose it. I'm going right back in there. Oh, we good, all right.
So we saw that, right? That and to the person that said that you're a centrist and do not recognize profile, including race. I guess you don't. No problem. Cool. But anyways, in this video, this black woman was profiled. We clearly saw the I guess the security. Yeah, I'm looking at the side of the jacket. We saw the security taking his quiet time to sit up there while this woman is probably at her car, way outside of the store, at her car. He decided to run and chase her down. And then he's like, yeah, I gotta basically check your receipt to make sure that you didn't steal nothing. He sat there silently, checked the receipt, looked at the basket, checked the receipt, looked at some items, checked the receipt, looked at the basket, and he was like, sorry to say, ma'am, you actually didn't steal. You got everything here. Because he had to let out that sigh because he thought he had something and he didn't. Profiled. But like I said, I'm Black American. I don't care if you worked wherever 30 years. I'm Black all day long. My experiences are vastly different from yours, especially, being a young Black boy and a young Black man. Vastly different experiences, and my knowledge base is going to be different, again, from my experiences and also from the experiences of other Black men directly out there. So I don't need you to validate or basically try to tell me that all this other type of way. Hold on. Let me walk back. Hold on. Let me walk back. Maybe, just maybe. Hold on. Let me walk back. You said, I'm sorry. I guess I'm trying to qualify my comments. I work 18 years in psychiatry. I'm white. I'm a centrist, and I do recognize profile, including race. I wasn't silent. This is my 30th comment. All right. I got you. Let me pull back because I'm raging now. Let me pull back. My apologies. Because let me tell you, I read that comment and I was about to go 1,000. I'm going to sit up here and be honest. I read that comment. I was about to go 1,000 because we just had a previous video, not even dealing with racially profiling, just dealing with the fact that a young girl directly out here was going through some stuff, and you had a Black dude basically point that out. So I'm still technically off of that. I'm not even on the whole thing of the profile and stuff. I'm still directly off of that because that irks me to no end, to know the fact that could get pointed out, and the usual folks have nothing to say. So like I said before, my apologies. I was a bit too hasty. I was a bit too hasty. You say you totally misread. Yeah, I did. Like I said, it'd be like that. Mo was like, LOL says he's one of the good ones. Like I said, it'd be like that. Like I said, I'll be on 100. I'll be ready. Because I am serious. I'm like, what? You said what? Oh, it's on. 100%. Already got a paragraph and everything written up. Like I said, carried on, carried previous energy from previous comments and conversations. My apology. You were an innocent bystander who caused strays. My apologies. My apologies. It'd be like that. But like I said, I can sit up there and admit when I'm wrong. Like I said, I have no problem with sit up there doing it. That was that twice? I think during this live stream we did this. I think it should be about twice. We got a we got a little record, going on here. So yeah, be like that. Like you say, you always got to be looking out. You always got to be on call. Somebody gonna say something crazy. I'm trying to find. There was another video that I have directly up here. I think I can. Oh yeah. Where is it at? Where is it at? So since we're on the whole thing of talking about profiling, right? No, I can't put that police video up here. Where is the video that I had earlier? With you gotta be kidding me. Hold on, give me a second. Because now there is a slight issue because I'm missing. Okay, so we did that one. Let me just make sure. Let me try to go through my bookmarks real quick and hope that I save the previous video. Yeah, the other video with that dude sniffing the bench. I can't even put that one up there. I mean, I'll probably put that like in the Discord or whatever. Let me see. Maybe. Yeah. I think that might have been a part of. Oh, Threads ain't up. What? Hold on, let me see. Because there's another video. Let me close out this tab. There's another video that I got directly up here. Let's see, it should be in here. The lady was falsely accused. So let me, because I'm trying to roll back and find it. So basically what happened in the video that I should have had was that there was a black man that had 2 bags on a subway. And what happened directly with those bags was the fact that there was some type of European immigrant there, and she decided to try to snatch the guy. Oh yeah, I do have it. Okay, I know where I had to go now. So now let me sit up there and give people another clear cut video. Let me see if I can find it real quick. That's not it. Yeah, that's the one right there.
I'm trying to get home. It's my go. For what? Let him go. Go ahead.
So right, so we see this part, right? So we come in. There was an earlier part that they basically had, which was technically the later part, I guess. It was technically the first part, but basically what happened was this gentleman that you see here, he was getting off the train with his 2 bags. This white European here decided that she wanted to grab his 2 bags, right? So let's take a look.
This my home. Is that your business? No, it's let her go. 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 I don't want to hurt you. I don't want to hurt
So let's go back to the very first incident again. You got the random white dude who would never sit up there and have a straight up fight with a black dude ever in life. He decided when somebody don't have both hands, he's just going to sit up there and start striking. I want to note that the black man never swung on the little old lady at all. He just simply had his hands directly on the bag. The white dude repeatedly hit this dude multiple times. The black dude did not even defend himself because he was just trying to get his bags. He told people continuously throughout the video, just check the bag, check the bag, check the bag, check the bag, check the bag. Nobody wanted to do it. Who did everybody believe, though? They believed the little white immigrant. They believed that it was her bag. They didn't even check anything. They don't even know her. They just automatically sided with her. So let me just read what I got from an article. It says bystander attacks innocent black man after Karen's failed theft accusation goes viral. They said a shocking video recorded at a Chicago Damon Avenue CTA station is going viral for all the wrong reasons. A white woman falsely accused a black man of stealing her bag, triggering a violent act from another bystander. The disturbing false accusation incident happening yesterday, 11/07/2025, and now has over 3.7 million views on X. This clip shows that the woman's story quickly falling apart once police arrived and verifying the man owns the bag. Right? So the woman first accused the man after seeing him with a similar looking bag. She called the police and loudly claimed that he was a thief. The man stayed calm, repeatedly stating that the bag was his. Before police arrived, another man stepped in on the woman's behalf and violently attacked the accused. Witnesses caught the moment on camera as the man endured shoving and punches without fighting back. Police later confirmed the bag belongs to the accused man. When officers finally checked the bag, they found the man's ID, his wallet, his keys, and other personal items inside. That confirmed his ownership and cleared him on the spot. The woman, now visibly nervous, tried to backtrack. "Oh, I got confused. They look the same. I'm sorry," she told police. But that apology came too late to undo the public humiliation and the violence that happened. Despite the clear evidence and the bystanders' attack, no arrests were made on the scene. The false accusation incident has now sparked demands for accountability. Legal experts suggest that the woman and the attacker could face civil suits or civil charges. Accusations and defamation, emotional distress, and inciting violence are now part of a growing online conversation. Yep. Again, so we're all of the folks that like to sit up there and say that yo, the blacks. Why are you guys always so focused on race? Like everything isn't about race. Everybody is human beings. This happens to everybody. Well, specifically, this one person here was a black man. He was the only black person there within the area. Everybody else was other. And everybody else who was other took the side of the little old white immigrant woman. And I'm not supposed to sit up there and say that this had to do with race. I'm not supposed to sit up there and call this out for exactly what it is. Like, that was egregious. That was ridiculous. And this is one of the first and few times that the police actually did their job, did the job that they were supposed to do, but they halfway did it. Yeah, the man got cleared. He was never a thief. He never stole anybody's items. All of his belongings, his personal belongings were there. Like I said, what thief is going to decide in a struggle? I was like, oh yeah, to prove so I can get this bag. Let me throw my wallet, my car keys, my house keys. Let me throw my work uniform. Let me throw my work badge directly in there. Yeah, that'll get him. Yeah, then I can really sit up there and steal this bag and nobody's going to question. Who's going to do that? That's a lot to sit up there and do. That's a lot of personal information. That's not what thieves do. Like I said, the little old white immigrant woman, she knew exactly what it was that she was doing, and she knew how the events were going to sit up there and play out. She knew that everybody there was going to take her side and nobody was going to stand up for that black man, because automatically people think inherently that black men are thieves, are criminals. Like I said, that's why I work. That's why I work. Oh, Jago, no. They're not going to sit up there and pull up to explain this away. They can't. They can't. Everything is too obvious. Like I said, the only people that actually did the job that they were supposed to do were the police, but they halfway did that job because there should have been arrest and there should have been charges directly filed. Like I said, that little old lady, I want her in jail. I want her to have a nice stint directly in jail. I want her to have a nice record. Nice record. Like I said, I don't know who that white boy is. I want that dude in prison. I want him in prison. I want to sit up there and see if the same way that he was willing to sit up there and try to strike out and fight somebody, I don't want to hurt you, man. I don't want to hurt. I want to sit up there and see you have the same energy on the yard. I want to sit up there and see you have the same energy with Big Ace and Bubba when they sit up there and take your cornbread. And when they sit up there and say that you're taking a bottom bunk. When they sit up there and tell you to get off that toilet, to get off that phone. When they sit up there and say that you dropped the so I want to sit up there and see if you got that exact same energy that you displayed here at that CTA station in Chicago. I want to see if you got that same energy. I can promise you, I can bet top dollar he won't. He won't. Like I said, that's crazy work. That's 1,000% diabolical. How that took place and how that happened. That's cute. You said just you're Johnny come lately. I get it. You were like, just because these people are doing bad doesn't mean everybody is bad. I hope people understand that. The thing I love so much is that y'all write some of the dumbest ass comments and y'all don't acknowledge what it is that took place. She was like, yeah, it's just bad. This is something bad that happens. Like I said, y'all can't even listen and call it for what it is. It's almost as if y'all scared to sit up there and do it. Like y'all gonna lose something. That's some wild work. Like I said, this is the clear cut difference between me and a lot of y'all directly out here. I have no problem with sitting up there being direct. Obviously, a lot of folks do. I have no problem calling the stuff directly out and calling it exactly what it is. But obviously, y'all do. That's some crazy work. That is 100% crazy, ridiculous. And then, I mean, do I want to sit up there and go to the whole thing dealing with dealing with Africa? Do I want to put that one up here? I could, because it does have to do, with something early that we were sitting up there talking about. But I guess I'll maybe say that for a different video, different live stream or something like that. I might sit up there and do that. Do I want to sit up there and switch the topic just a bit? Do I want to do that? Do I want to go into a different avenue? Let me see. If I got a video, I might do it. Let me see. Oh. Matter of fact, I got you. We got another one. Was that recent? Wait, didn't let's see, 13. Okay, I did the one where Somali, Minnesota demand reparations. Right. What was this one? Oh yeah, that was the runner. All right, so no problem, right? So we're gonna sit up there. Shout out to Ryan Shaquette. This is Detroit, Detroit news and whatnot. So we're gonna look at this real quick, and we're going to take a look.
Behind bars for a murder he was wrongfully convicted of has now been ordered to.
The volume is low directly on it. All right, no problem. Let me go back and correct and fix it. Like I said, whenever I happen to get these videos, I'm really thinking to myself, I'm like, yeah, the same way that the volume appears to me is going to sound that way to y'all, and then I play it, and it's like, nope, it's not like that. It's not like that at all. So let me get that real quick and fix it. Let me see, is that at the bottom of the screen? Okay, there we go. That one right there. I'm not even gonna put captions directly to it. But like I said, this has to do with also with the exonerations that take place. And again, black men have the highest rate when it deals with exonerations. But people don't want to never point that out when they want to talk about the blacks and the crime and look at what it is that you do and the thievery. Turn it all the way up. Okay, there we go. Ratio wise, we'll put that by 9:16. Would that be too small? Let me see. I'm going to try to make it a little bit larger for you guys. It might cut off some stuff, but I guess that's the best I can sit up there and do. But the volume is pretty much good. Hopefully, this will. Yeah, it'll be good. It'll get done pretty soon. But the main thing I've also talked about before, how a lot of these guys they want to pull up, they want to talk about, oh yeah, but the blacks 1350, but y'all never want to talk about that 60+% exoneration rate when it deals with black men. Never want to bring that up though. Always want to sit up there and talk about the 60-50 and black men being in jails and prisons. But that exoneration rate though, why is it that black men make up the most in that? And why is it when it deals with them now going for freedom, all of a sudden this brand new DNA evidence that was hidden, that was not used during the trial, why all of a sudden that was the main key evidence that could have been used in the very beginning to free them? Why was that just, automatically left out? That's a little bit weird. That's quite odd. Why is it that black men are made to go to jail for crimes that they did not commit, allowing the actual person to basically escape? And now 30 to 40 and 50 years of their lives are basically withered away. And they didn't missed, years, eons out of their kids' lives. Their kids are fully grown with their own kids. And then their parents that were around during the time that they got locked up, now they're looking at gravestones. Their whole life has been robbed. Their whole experiences pretty much have been robbed. And not only that, you also got black men that got to sit up there and fight for their lives every single day in prison, in these jails, suffering. Like I said before, it's crazy, but it's all good because at the end of the day, the exact same people, those who placed black Americans into captivity, shall they themselves be placed into the exact same captivity. It is all it is a-okay. Like I said, y'all gonna be going through it. It is all right. Like I said, one way or another, y'all gonna be going through it, and the government's gonna make sure to sit up there and have a hand directly in it. Like I said, crazy work. Folks got all this mouth talking about like division this and division that. But let me sit up there and play this video. Let's see what a division is. Let's see who specifically, is at fault directly for this. It's taking a minute. It's at like 73%. For whatever reason, it's doing a slow crawl. Normally it doesn't take this long. But yeah, it's just like I said, it's ridiculous. Let me see. While that is cooking, let me see. See if I can get the stat real quick. Um, let me see. There we go. So let's because we're letting this cook real quick, right? Because people always say they like stats and numbers and all this other type of stuff, right? No problem. We got you. We got you. Yum. So we're gonna look directly at this and see what they have to say. Because again, I could be wrong. That's why I like putting information directly up there. So it's that Black Americans are disproportionately represented in exonerations, accounting for 53% of all exonerations since 1989, despite being only 13.6% of the United States population. Studies indicate that Black people are 7 times more likely to be falsely convicted of serious crimes than white Americans, with 60 to 61% of exonerations in recent years involving Black defendants, largely due to official misconduct. Disproportional impact. While Black people make up 13.6% of the United States population, they comprise of 53% of the 3,200 plus exonerations recorded since 1989. Homicide and SA. Black prisoners serving time for SA are 3.5 times more likely to be innocent than white SA victims for homicide cases, and with Black defendants were 22% more likely to be involved. More likely to involve police misconduct. Drug crimes. Approximately 69% of people exonerated from drug crimes are Black. They are also 87% of those falsely framed by corrupt police officers. Data centers through 2023 through 2024. In 2023, 61%, 93/153 of exonerations were Black. In 2024, 78% of exonerated individuals were people of color. Causes. Official misconduct is the primary driver of these racial disparities, including high rates of misconduct in homicide cases. So again, I'm looking directly at the Black and white. So for anybody that want to pull up to the scene, like, oh yeah, you're divisive, you're racist, you're this, you're that, you're more than welcome. Don't all come up at once. Don't all come up at once. I know you're still sitting up there in the background. You can pull up to the scene and decide to say, "Oh, said you're a racist." This has nothing to do with race. This has nothing to do with skin color. Everybody is human beings. Everybody is human beings. Like I said, you can give people the information and you can put stuff directly in front of them, but this is the point in time that people stay mum, they stay silent, right? So let's go directly back over. You may have to turn up your phones just a tad bit, just a bit. Let's see where's the video. There we go. Oh, gotta take down the original one. Gotcha. Little snafu right there. There we go.
Who spent a quarter century behind bars for a murder he was wrongfully convicted of has now been ordered to repay more than $1 million to the state. It is part of a Court of Appeals decision after a separate lawsuit paid him more than $7 million. This is a story I have been following for years. Back in 2017, our cameras were rolling as Desmond Ricks learned he would be released from prison. And today I talked with his former attorney and a state lawmaker in response to this latest move by judges.
For roughly 25 years, Desmond Ricks was an inmate in state prison where he always maintained his innocence for the crime of murder. And then in 2017, a judge ordering his release, finding he had been wrongfully convicted. Ricks was among those who received $50,000 a year for every year of incarceration under the state's Wrongful Imprisonment Compensation Act, also known as WICA. For Ricks, it amounted to $1.25 million from the state.
Desmond Ricks endured the worst kind of harm and suffering you can imagine.
One of his attorneys at the time was Wolf Mueller.
25 years in a cage for a crime he did not commit. The compensation under the state, which was $1.25 million, doesn't come close to the harm that he suffered.
Ricks then won over $7.5 million in a lawsuit against the city of Detroit that accused the detectives on his case of corruption. That's when the state wanted him to repay their $1.25 million to the WICA fund. The law requires that payback is done if a third party issues compensation. In the case of Ricks, it was the city of Detroit. Ricks sued to keep the WICA money, but the state court said he could not keep it.
This was a bipartisan bill.
State Senator Joe Bellino from Monroe says the matter is more involved than simply paying out WICA funds to those wrongfully convicted and moving on. To be specific, after the state's fund ran low years ago, he says it's been even more critical to get money returned in the event Ricks and others also wrongfully convicted file suits against municipalities and police agencies and win.
There's no way in the world I would vote to let someone get that money and then get 7.5 million or whatever this person got in a law settlement. The state is not a huge bucket where people should be able to double dip every time there's a mistake made.
In this case, Rick's lawsuit was against the city of Detroit and two
that
officers
white man,
and
right?
accused them of falsifying evidence involving bullets back in '92. With dozens of similar cases, Mueller says it's time for WICA rules to be amended to allow former inmates to keep that money and any else they receive in a lawsuit.
No amount of money can make up for the harm of a quarter century and your entire adult life lost. So to say that the state paid you $50,000 per year, that's peanuts compared to the harm.
Also, Ricks previously pointed out that he not only lost years of his life, but the chance to watch his two daughters grow up. At this point, efforts to amend the law have not succeeded, but they...
Bill.
So let me just go back to this scumbag right here. He just listed everything that black man had to go through for 25 years. He was like, yeah, it was just a mistake. This is what we be talking about. This is exactly what we be talking about when dealing with white folks. This is what we talking about. Y'all the ones that be making all of these quote unquote mistakes, these clerical errors, but somebody got to pay the cost for it, right? Somebody got to pay the toll, and it's not going to be you. It's not going to be your family. It's not going to be your friends. It's not going to be your coworkers. It's not going to be your community. It's always going to lay directly on black people to pay the price for your mistakes. And then you want to pull up like, it's, realistically, it's just a mistake. I don't even agree that he should get the 1.2 million. But not only did he get the 1.2 million, he also did another lawsuit, and he decided to sue the police over a mistake, and he's going to get 7.5 million. That's ridiculous over a mistake. Like I said, that's his whole mentality. He mad. He big mad. Because let that have been one of his people. Let that have been a white man that was sitting up there locked up. He was away from his family. His life was stolen. He didn't get a chance to watch his daughters grow up and all this other type of stuff. He would have been fighting tooth and nail, would have been one of the most outspoken fools directly out here in order to make sure that the other white man was going to get that money. He would probably sit up there and say that white man deserves more. But when it's a black man that sat up there and had to lose 25 years of his life, he did not get to watch the two daughters that he created, did not get to watch them grow up. They're fully grown women now. They probably got their own kids. And this bum want to sit up there and say, I was just a mistake. It was a clerical error. That's wild. That's wild. And like I said, this is why we got the problems and the complications that we do in these United States. That's why the United States will never be healed as a whole, because it refuses to heal. It refuses to actually acknowledge and do the correct and the right things. This is why America is suffering and will continue to suffer. Like I said, it's crazy work. But to the white folks directly out there, like I said, what happened to this man being locked up for 25 years, this is going to happen to a lot of your young boys, a lot of your husbands, a lot of your uncles. This is going to happen to a lot of them. You're going to have to soon enough pay that toll, pay that price. Because like I said, y'all sacrificed a lot of people in order to have and hold on to the power that you currently have at this moment in time that's been slipping. 1 second, every 2 seconds, 3 seconds, been slipping and slipping and slipping. You don't have the grip that you used to. And as soon as that scepter falls, that's the moment in time that everything else comes falling down with it. And the exact same things that you did to black Americans here is going to happen to you. But it's not going to be by us. It's going to be by your own hands. So you don't got nothing to worry about. You don't got nothing to worry about. Like I said, this ain't about race, realistically. Because the people that's going to perform these deeds, which is going to be your military, which is going to be your National Guard, which is going to be your United States government, all of which these are things that you founded, you created. These are going to be the people that's going to come directly into your community with their armaments, with their vests, with their dogs, with their tanks. And they're going to be sitting up there doing the work. You don't got to worry nothing about black folks at all. You're going to lead to your very own demise, and you don't even understand that you're leading yourself to ruin. But it's cool. You got it. You got it. You got it. Yep. Mo said they loosened the dragon on our people. Now it eats what it wants. Yep. Yo, Monta, what is up? What is up? What is up? You said I don't want to hear no immigrants talking about you lazy or nothing. That BS. After seeing things like this occur on a daily basis, we got to fight to live, remain innocent, remain black, and etc. That's bars. Michelle Love said, and they feel no sympathy at all. Yeah, they don't. Like this dude, he don't care. He, like I said, there is no heart there. That you're looking at a godless creature, realistically. Like I said, for him to basically say what it is that he stated, he, like I said, for me, he might as well just said a racial slur. Like he's not that far. He's not that far. He might as well just sat up there and said like the N-word right there, and that would have been it. Like we would have already knew what it was. Like I said, this is why I don't got time for a lot of this nonsense where people want to sit up there and say, but oh, you know, you're basically stating that one person and you're broad brushing everybody else. He's a part of a larger system. If he's looking at this as a mistake, what do you think the other white men look at it as when it's a quote unquote clerical error? It ain't no error. They had evidence the whole time. For that whole 25 years, they've been had the evidence. How people think that the judge got to it? They hid the evidence. That's what the police do. They hid it in order to criminalize this black man. And just like I gave the previous information directly up here, dealing with the exoneration rate, like I said, it's ridiculous. It's 100% ridiculous in every single instance. And like I said, hey, you know, people don't be having nothing to say. They'll be pulling up through the woodworks. Sham was like, you hear those senators say that they got to get black people on those farms? Yeah, you're right. You better figure that out. You better get your rich kids directly up out there and have them sunburn. We ain't doing that. You better figure that out yourself. Hey, they better sit up there and figure that out. They better start getting on those farms and start picking you know, all of those items if they want it on their table. Like I said, black people, we didn't already sat up there and did that. We ain't doing that again. Nope. Man, D-Money was like, if it don't apply, let it fly. That is bars. That is bars. Cameron said the numbers don't lie. Yeah. The exoneration rates. Yep. Timmy said, I've been thinking about let the immigrants stay in the United States, have white people keep paying them lower wages and have them work in the fields, and the liberal whites. This woman. Michelle Love said, that's bold to even say that. Wait, you talking about my response or are you talking about what the what the guy on screen was sitting up here talking about? Or are you talking about let me see, what was the video real quick? Was it this one? I think money. Or are you talking about this video where it dealt with this clown? Let me see where I'm trying to get this clown right here. Like I said, like it's just 100% crazy out here. Yo, Phoenix, what is up? You said they hid evidence on me in Fort Myers, Florida to convict me. Yeah, I'm sorry to hear about that. I'm sorry to hear about that. Like I said, I've covered other videos before over the years where there was specifically a white cop who had well over 403, I think it was like 300 to 400 arrests. And there was camera footage showing that he planted drugs and evidence on people in order to make arrest. And that was a white cop that did it. And not only did he do it, he specifically made sure to do it to black people, but he also did it to white people as well too. And like I said, I try to tell people exactly how these cops sit up there and move. But like I said, you can't tell people if they're not affected enough. If it's not to a point where it's really bringing down white people and they really got to look at it and understand it and see it and feel it and it's at the front door, they don't realistically care. And that's the guys on the truth. Guys on the truth. Like I said, case in point, the opioid epidemic. That's the only time that white folks actually care, when it was like, yo, I'm looking at my family. I'm looking at my kids. I'm looking at my wife. I'm looking at my husband. I'm looking at my grandparents. Right? I'm looking at all of these graves. right? The moment in time that they can actually zoom around and go to their own stores, walk through their neighborhoods, or know coworkers or friends of coworkers or their own family members or kids or whatnot or whatever going through these things, the moment in time that they can actually see, touch, and smell, that's when they want to react because it's at the front door. But because these situations dealing with cops are not at their front door, come and knock on my door. We'll be waiting for you. Because it's not there, they don't care. Shauna said because it affects them, and that's the only reason why. Yeah. That's the only time they pull up. Opioid crisis, it affects us. We sitting up there pulling up. When it deals with the AIDS and HIV epidemic, when it was like back in the 80s, early 90s, and it was heavily affecting them, oh yeah, we're pulling up. When it deals with any of these viruses or whatnot happening, oh yeah, we pulling up. Now we care about it. Now we got to do something about it. It's crazy. Like I said, it's sad it got to be that way. But by the time that white people want to react to a lot of this stuff, the country is going to be ashes. It's going to be in ruins. It's crazy work. Diabolical. But obviously, we've been going for about 4 hours and 34 minutes. Much love, respect, and appreciation to any and all folks that pulled directly up to this live stream, decided to spend some time, be a part of the conversation, add to the conversation. Much love, respect, and appreciation to the trolls. Like I said, y'all, beyond anything else, you will always make sure to pull up here. You could be anywhere else. You decide to be right here, giving me attention. Shout out to you. You also bring your friends and your family and your extra accounts, burner accounts, I mean. Shout out to you. Shout out to all of my moms. Much love, respect, and appreciation for the work that you do, both seen and unseen, doing the Lord's work directly in the comment section, every single live stream. Shout out to the members. I think if I was correct, I'm trying to go back because I meant to mention a brother earlier. Shout out to DSB. Meant to mention you earlier. It escaped me because I was tunnel vision. But shout out to you, much love, respect, and appreciation. Shout out to the members, directly out there. Shout out to anybody who's also part of the patronage. Much love, respect, and appreciation. And again, shout out to any new subscribers. Shout out to any newcomers as well. But yeah, that is pretty much it, guys. That is it. I'm gonna let y'all have directly at it. What time is it? Ooh, it is 7:14. Yeah. Let me let y'all have the rest of y'all day. I wasn't even trying to keep y'all here that long. We were supposed to, technically have an early morning stream, but woke up, had to get the videos together, do some editing and stuff like that. Stuff takes time. Stuff takes time. It was a sham. Was like white men been screaming about war over they done. Iran said nope, we're not done. I was like, y'all poke the bear. Shauna said to all of my mods, love y'all. Sham said love y'all too and be safe. Shauna said love. Seji said good night. Sham said night night. Let me see. Dodge said going to rewind and watch from the start. New sub. Hey, much love, respect, and appreciation. Yo, so what is up? What is up? We said peace, Seji, and chat. Sham said I barely slept last night. I couldn't breathe. Felt like I was drowning. Man, you gotta be careful, Sham. We need you to be healthy. Need you to be, healthy and well. Throwing people directly into the shadow realm can't exacerbate the issue. Gotta have you calm. Got to play some Stardust Valley. I think that's what it's called. It's one of those names. You got to be somewhere up in there. But you really got to take care. I think D Money might have put like peace directly down there. I think. Yo, Rabbit, what is up? You said Stegy, white people don't care. They sacrifice 30 white people to ruin 5 black people. Yeah, it'd be like that. Like I said, looking at all of the burnt down towns and cities and all of the mobs and the riots that happened historically, like the massacres. Yeah. In a lot of instances, they sacrifice their own in order to get the few. Yeah. You are correct. Sham was like, you had it right. It was Stardew Valley. Okay, yeah. Monta said Stardew Valley. Oh yeah, Monta must be a gamer. Because Monta was like, yeah, you mean Stardew Valley? Oh, okay. We got the gamers up in here. Okay. I see y'all out here. Sham was like, yep, I love that game. Let me tell you, when Sham is gaming, no, nothing else matters. She is directly in there. Let me tell you. But yeah, let me let y'all have directly at it, and I have some other videos directly up there for you. I think I do have something that should be. Oh yeah, I do have a video I gotta upload. Can't get words right. That I gotta upload. So yeah. Monty, yeah. I see, man. Yo, let me tell you, I'll be forgetting because I remember you do got a gaming channel. I think I left a comment on your channel. I think I did. At least I should have. Because I know a few of y'all have some gaming channels and want to throw some positive words, directly out there and and everything of the sort. So yeah. But yeah, let me like I said, one of these days, because I know we got a few of us directly here. So, like I said, it's all good. I'll sit up there and have a gaming, type of thing going because Tippy been asking for that for a long time, and it's going to happen. I've been saying this for the longest time possible. We will sit up there and have it. Just be trying to figure out some stuff on how I want it to basically see if I want it in this format or the other. I mean, I could basically do both, do it that way. But figure it out. Sham was like, D Money got a gaming channel too. Yeah. Yep. Only one I don't got one is Sham and Tippy. Monta said it was on the Mecha Break video. But you said but PCR. Yeah. I think you were making, if I remember correctly, I think you were making the character because I'm trying to pull back because I remember you were going through like the first parts of it, which is basically like sort of kind of the story, but drastically unfinished and drastically underwhelming. I mean, it was like a story / like a trial, like type of thing to get you used to like the combat and stuff. Sort of like what they did with Destiny when we all went to the moon back on the 360 days. But yeah, minus that whole thing. How Make or Break works, beautiful game. I wish they would implement Gundam skins. If they could just do a specific mobile suit, Gundam mech, type of collaboration with companies, they got my money. they 100% got my money. And let somebody be a Megazord. Oh, you got my money. It's over. It's 100% over. 100% over. Sham was like, I play Final Fantasy too. Oh yeah. I forgot. Yeah, Final Fantasy is pretty good. Final Fantasy is pretty good. Sham was like, I sound terrible right now, but I'm gonna stream a playthrough of me failing sometimes. Hey, it's about time, Sham. It's about time. Most said I finally saw the gameplay from South of Midnight. It's not bad. Yeah, South of Midnight was dope. Like I said, I went through and I finished that game. It's a pretty dope game. And I was able to play that by way of Game Pass. But that would be a game. Whenever I happen to remind myself, I'll actually go back and buy it so that I have it. That was a pretty solid good game. I liked it. I like that. Like the story. I like the emotions that were basically there and being able to watch the character grow and develop and be on that journey with that character. Like I said, it was dope. It's pretty dope. But yeah, anyways, I'm gonna let y'all have directly at it, and I will catch you guys in the next video and or live stream. Peace out.